Do you want to be a part of the CoCo community? Sure, we all do. So join this free weekly live talk show to find out how easy it is to watch at home and learn about your color computer. At the CoCoNation, more than 9 million men and women have participated in the community without setting foot outside their homes. And now at home in your spare time, you can see what's happening, or even join the discussion. Choose from any one of these segments: panel intros, project updates, acquisitions, CoCo thoughts, featured interviews and events, the Game On Challenge, news, Ron's Garage, CoCo commercials, show coverage, panel goodbyes, or you can join one of our extra shows. You can choose from the Game On Challenge Live or CoCo Tech. Join the CoCoNation right now.
Click the link for the free information TJB Chris spoke about. Then decide if you want to watch the CoCoNation Live Show, the world's leading live weekly talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer, its siblings, cousins, and redheaded stepchildren. Visit thecoconation.com. There is no obligation and no salesman will visit you. Visit thecoconation.com.
The CoCoNation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCoNation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCoNation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCoNation Show, episode 401.
Yay!
Let's see. In the panel today, starting with our usual upper left-hand corner, yours truly, the button pusher. Next over, Kevin Holloway
Hello, everybody.
and Ron Deluxe.
Welcome, welcome. This is from 1984, remind me.
Flashback.
And we got Henry Strickland.
Hello, nation.
Next row, we got Rick Euland.
I guess I'll be the alternate left-hand corner. Hi, folks.
You're left hand in the middle. Or is that the left-hand sandwich?
Well, I'm
All
not
right.
your usual left-hand corner, so there.
All right. Next over, Bob Emery.
Worst Hollywood Squares episode ever.
It happens.
Howdy, folks.
And then we got Marco.
Hey there, glad to be here today and wonderful 401. And by the way, we're ending up 8th year of CoCoNation CoCo talk, the CoCoNation. Yeah. So
Yep.
almost 8 years.
Okay.
Only
And,
feels like 15. Sorry, go ahead.
I know. It does.
and we got Terry Steege.
Hello, everybody. Or I guess this way.
Okay.
Glad
Character
you're here, Terry.
turn, line feed, Ken Waters,
Hello, everybody.
and Nick Marentes.
Hello, everyone. I'm up bright and early, ready for this special 3-hour episode, Neutroid special episode.
Neutroid. A
That's
special
right.
episode.
You're on the wrong show.
Something like that.
All right. Let's see. I was really debating whether to hit the outro or not.
He was so tempted.
All right. Next over, we've got Henry Gernhardt.
Hi, folks. Welcome to the CoCoNation. My name's Henry, and today I hope I have enough coffee for the 4+ hour show we're going to have today that doesn't feature all Neutroid. I'm returning your check, Nick.
And
I think you
That's
better brew
cold.
another pot.
Hey, Kevin.
You're welcome.
Okay. Next over, we got L Curtis Boyle.
Well, welcome to the show, everyone, and hopefully it's not going to be a Neutroid-centric episode.
And on the last row, all by himself, we got the Wingnut.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody.
glad you're with us, Ron.
All right. In chat. If I can see it. We've got Kevin Holloway, Marco, Michael Zwiffel, Sixie, Jim Rye, Mark Siegel, Peter Willard, Mark Collins, Tom Eric Gunderson, Scott Cooper, Coco Living, 8 Bits in the Basement, William Athing, and that catches us up there. All right. Let's see. Now we're ready for updates and acquisitions. First up, we've got Henry Strickland.
Yay.
Hey, folks. So I've got 3 things today. One, these just came and I haven't tried them out yet, but this is version 2.4 of the CoPiCo Bonobo board. The idea is cheap networking, high-speed Ethernet, internet access for your CoCo. And I actually, this is what 50 of them look like when they come back in the mail. And so I've got some soldering to do now to put the PiPicos on that one section. But cross our fingers and hope it works. The second thing, I want to give you a little demo of the networked gaming OS microkernel that I'm writing, which is named Nekot. And I'm gonna move my camera down here now. And this demo occasionally crashes, but if we try it 3 times, we should be good. And you see right now we're in a crashed condition, but I will reset. This is a CoCo3. It's got Patrick's CoCo IOR, which is what we're booting off of right now. It's using the Ethernet it found my server. It's running the microkernel, and that microkernel loaded a game named Blue and killed it, and then it ran a game named Green for a few seconds and killed it. And now it's in a loop where it loads a game named Blue and kills it, and loads a name named Green and kills it. So those are actually being loaded each time over the network, and it doesn't have to kill a game after a couple of seconds. Of course, it could let you play, but this is about as much as I've got of the OS running right now. And when we got the black screen, you see up in here these little counters that shows you where interrupts are happening and stuff is going on. This is all interrupt driven, so that the server and the operating system can kill a game and replace it with something else. And there's multiple reasons for having that functionality in here. The third thing. Oh, any questions at this point?
Yeah. No, it looks pretty good. It's loading fast.
What's your server?
Yeah.
I have one question. Are you doing any like CRC checks or checksums or something to make sure the data comes through fine? Or
No, I'm not.
Okay.
On my experience with CoCo IOR is either it works or it doesn't. And if it doesn't, you realize you'll know. Yeah. Anyway, no, I'm not adding on any extra checks. And third thing I want to say is there's now a Discord channel for this Nekot operating system. Nice. It's on the normal CoCo Discord. It's in the category networking, and it's the last entry in networking, and it's called Nekot Game OS. So we have a channel, and there you'll find links to the GitHub. I'm pushing up updates like mostly every day as I'm filling in functionality. All right, that's my turn.
Does Nekot stand for anything, or is it just token spelled backwards?
It's token spelled backwards.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you came up with a fancy acronym for it too. Networking environment, something or other, or something.
Curtis, Google it.
That's a backronym. Hey, so the server just runs on Linux or whatever?
But I'm not going to point out any other product that is not confusingly similar to this operating system that has a name spelt the same.
Is orange the new green?
Yeah, I'm challenged with my colors. I'm hoping all of y'all are colorblind.
Hey, Strick.
Yeah.
I was curious about the server, and Ron asked about the cost of the hardware.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's take the hardware first. This is a 2-sided PCB, just front and back. Those little surface mount chips are about 20 cents a piece. And so I'm making these boards for somewhere in the realm of $3 to $10, depending on the quantity. And so no, it's not costing very much. And as long as I solder on the picos myself, or somebody does, a volunteer does, then we save going into the non-economical version of production. So that saves money. And the CoPiCo is $4. So I think I can definitely say under $15, maybe closer to $10 for the hardware. Anyway, cheap enough that I can afford to get 50 of these made and 50 of the picos to put on it. And the other question, the server. So the philosophy on Nekot is the games should run entirely on the CoCos, and the game logic and all the game action and everything else is entirely on the CoCos. The only thing the server there is for passing messages from one CoCo to another. That's while you're running a game. But when you're sitting in the operating system, I want the default interface, instead of to be a shell or to be a menu, is to be a chat session. It looks like IRC. And you can join a room with other people, and then you can launch into a game with them. And that's kind of my my model. It kind of corresponds to the Wii Parade or something like that. And for doing that, for running the chat and for loading the stuff, then the server gets very involved, because I want to save as much room on a 16K machine as I can for the game, keep the microkernel as small as I can. And so the server plays a huge role in it when you're not actually playing a game. Anyway, that's my philosophy.
So you're targeting a 16K minimum machine.
Yeah, I want this to run on
okay.
any CoCo 1, 2, or 3 that you've got laying around. And the exception is the 4K
CoCo 1, yeah.
CoCo 1. And I've got some plans for 4K CoCo 1s as well, but it's not going to be up to playing this kind of a game.
It should be able to do the chat on a 4K anyway.
Yeah.
Yes, it should. Yes, it should. And another thing that your games could actually be multiple phases. Like you can, in the same way that I'm loading blue and I'm loading green, you could load different panels in the game. You know, you've got the stair climbing thing, and then you've got the dungeon maze, and then you've got a little movie that it plays because you won that level, and then it loads the next level. So you could progressively load stages of a game. So we can take advantage of the network for that.
Mm-hmm.
But once you're in a game, the model of the world is that each CoCo can transmit, the guideline is 64 bytes once a second as a broadcast to everybody else in your game shard. Mm-hmm. And you receive the ones from everybody else in your game shard.
64
and
bytes.
That's how the games can communicate. And that Space War game that I had, which I should demo sometime, at CocoFest, easily fits in that category. And it had rocket ships and bullets would hit ships and score points and things, and that all worked.
So it's 64 bytes per game shard per second per machine. How many machines can share the shard?
I think somewhere from 4 to 8 should be reasonable. So I'm going to plan on 8 for the maximum right now, but that's just a compile constant. We can try it and see.
And technical question on that: how do they roll for initiative?
How
do they figure out which one's going when?
Oh, so what you have to do is you have to divide it up so that each one can be autonomous about its own region. I mean, some stuff is common knowledge. Common knowledge meaning that it's compiled into the game and everybody knows it forever. So an example with my Space War game is where the 4 rocket ships are on the screen in the very beginning is kind of common knowledge. That's fixed. But after that, you divide the game logic up amongst the CoCos. And so in my Space War, each CoCo manages its rocket ship, its bullet, and determining whether its bullet has hit any player. And as long as every CoCo does the same thing and then shares with each other the locations of and the velocity of the rocket ship, of the bullets, and points that are being added or deducted to other players, it works out. And I'm even going to push the scoring, the adding up of points into the operating system so that it can also keep high scores for you.
And so with those 4 players, you've got 4 players, you've got 64 bytes per player. All 4 players are transmitting those 64 bytes over the wire. I'm assuming that they're not all transmitting at the same time. Are you able to get Is that able to give us 60 FPS or is that 30 FPS with that many players at that byte rate?
I was doing about 5 FPS.
Oh, okay. So it's slow.
Yeah, so it's kind of slow, kind of clunky, but I wrote it in 1 week, the Space War game,
Yep,
and it used UDP broadcast on a LAN. This will have the same kind of model as a UDP broadcast. Oh, finally we hit a fatal down there. I've got a bug that's gonna be hard to track down because it's not a repeatable, easily repeatable one.
Wireshark time.
Yeah, exactly. What was I saying? So the Space War game I wrote used UDP broadcast. Nekot is designed so that you kind of have the same model, that you're sending a packet and it's getting broadcast to everyone else in your shard. But there's going to be a TCP server that actually is what you're connected to and what the packet is going to. And then that server knows who else is in your shard and echoes it to them. So you consider the server to be kind of a forwarding network part of the network.
So you're making it, so you're going to make it so the CoCos don't care when they send, they just send to the server over their individual control ports. And then the server says, all right, everybody shut up, here's your data.
So the server sends it back down. Your game, whatever your frame rate is, hopefully at least maybe 5 or 10 times a second, you poll to see if a packet has arrived for you, and you process it as soon as you see that it's arrived.
TCP keeps your data clean, and
also keeps everything synchronized. Hey,
I'll have to do a talk with a demo to show you how you divide the game logic up and how you take the packets from other people. But if you even disregard your own knowledge of what's going on, you send your packet and you wait for it to come back from the server, then you're getting that knowledge about the same time as everybody else, and that kind of puts people on a more fair footing.
Yeah, exactly.
And if someone's cheating,
peer to peer.
If someone's cheating, they're not going to be invited to my birthday party next year.
Well, and their data will divulge from everyone else's, so you'll know they're making up stuff because the other 8 people will say, "Wait a minute,
I wasn't cheating; I was debugging."
Yeah, we've got a server that we can submit as business logs when we sue that guy.
Right.
Hey, Strick, got some questions from the audience here.
Okay.
So 60 says basically the original release of Doom is right out.
Fast inverse square doesn't work on the CoCo.
So Doom is a 1990s game, right?
Yeah.
These are going to be 1980s games, but I would
exponentially slower.
Well, Wolfenstein.
There's all kinds of things you can do to cheat and make more out of your graphics. I would love to see some kind of a first-person shooter. I'd also love to see a Minecraft.
Yeah. But Doom's a lot because of that whole binary tree, fast inverse square root, dividing of vector things. You're not going to do that on a CoCo, not even with the math process.
Pre-crunch the tables.
And what's more, I'm laming a CoCo 3 to the subset of what a CoCo 1 and CoCo 2 can do. It's going to be at the slower clock speed. It's going to be, I'm encouraging P Mode 1 4-color graphics.
But could it work on this?
Or at least to get started. Now we could have another set of games that's optimized for CoCo 3s, and then we can maybe do Doom, right?
Yeah. 60 was the one that asked about Doom. Peter Willard says, are you required to send fixed length packets?
I haven't exactly decided that yet. No. If your packet is less than 64, then I don't want you to spend the CPU time to send the extra bytes, right?
Yeah. So 64 bytes.
So that's one way to make your game faster and handle more people is to transmit less data.
Right.
Which you could do depending on the game. Yeah.
Well, and then the way the WizNet's set up, you're going to send a frame, so 1,500 bytes or so. Whether you put 1,500 bytes in to be sent is your business, but that's what you're going to send. So,
no. In TCP, your packets vary in size depending on when it decides it's time to push.
I understand that, but I think the WizNet's kind of stupid in what it does, and it just sends a full frame.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So
the WizNet is a little stupid. Like
but it doesn't change your communication speed because CoCo is so much slower than the Ethernet speed that who cares?
Yeah. So sending less data means less to process. So it will work
less
faster.
to process, so it will work faster, even though it effectively doesn't change the communication end, which is kind of a weird wrinkle of.
Yeah. Well, it worked just fine with my broadcast UDP last year. And
yes,
so
it did.
I'm hoping that it's gonna work fine with the TCP to a server this year.
Looking forward to it.
MC10 version later.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Why not? I got to get working on the hardware. Dang.
It comes in 4K.
A Nekot is written in almost entirely C. There's a little bit of assembly where required, compiled with the 6009 version of GCC that we have. The one that has known bugs, but we kind of know what they are and how to stay away from them. But it does a very good job of compiling it down. And so conceivably, other hardware could run this kernel.
Yeah, the GCC patch has so many advantages. It's kind of like, it's got bugs, but it does some really good things too.
Yeah, we need to write up a document, saying don't do this and don't do that.
And you'll be making documentation for the APIs in case you want to call it from something else, like Assembly Direct or something like that?
There'll be documentation for the APIs. They will use GCC's ABI, the binary
application binary
conventions where the first 2-byte argument is in X and the first 1-byte argument is in B, and other arguments are on the stack, and then there's a similar convention for the return value. So
okay.
if
just for some of the people
that
that program more in assembly, like a Paul Thayer or Nick Marenti.
Yeah,
or something.
you can totally do that. This is not going to be hard to do, and you don't really make that many calls to operating system stuff because the scanning the keyboard and putting the bytes on the screen, even on the graphics screen, is all up to your code. I can give you some libraries to make it easier for you in the beginning at least, but to make the game perform well, you probably want to, just like minimal, just what you have to do in order to do your graphics and do your keyboard, and you'll use cleverness that I cannot anticipate. So that's part of user code, which is where this is kind of weird. It's different from other operating systems where the first thing a DOS does is have a terminal in and a terminal out, and this one does not.
Mark Siegel says Wolfenstein then.
Absolutely.
Oh, you're right.
Hey,
you use the Gatecrasher engine for that.
And I'm one who likes to write code. I'm the kind that likes to write games, not play them. So we need help from y'all on where I'm naive and help write some games once we get the API nailed down.
Cool. Definitely a lot of progress in a week.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
This will be about 3 weeks I've worked on it. I worked on it 2 weeks before deciding that, I like where this is going, and so I want to announce it and get help.
So are the games that you make pretty much like 4K games on the MC10? They're fairly simple.
This is going to be about 7 or 8K. It's looking like for your code if you have a 3K frame buffer, which means that my operating system is sitting in less than 4K. These numbers are I'll know better when I finish the operating system.
Yeah,
right.
Still a moving target.
Yeah, but it's looking good and tight right now.
Cool.
Yeah, Scott Cooper says multiplayer Dungeons of Daggeroth. Yes, that has been on my list for about 6 years now.
Right?
That's right, Mark. Yeah. Yeah.
That would be very cool.
We should get there. That would be very cool.
Yeah. Maybe as a start, do Phantom Slayer multiplayer, because that actually is in P Mode 1 already, so it's ready to go.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Looks cool.
All right, next up we got Rick.
Okay, sure. Let me do what I want to do. I want to do this. So anyway, I was making the donuts this week, getting ready for the CocoFest, and I saw a Facebook post that James Jones did about how us old folks can't type very well anymore. And maybe a Dvorak keyboard would help a little bit by using different fingers for different things. So, give it a shot. The CoCo layout can't really do a real, well, my mouse is not computing at all. Work mouse.
There you go.
There you go, folks. Live hardware repair right on the
Like it
air.
a couple of times and it's fixed. So
Hit it harder.
we can't really do Dvorak because we use a teletype keyboard, not a typewriter keyboard, but we can get really close. So here's my CoVorak layout on the bottom here. Might work. It's certainly respectable. I tried to do it on a full travel keyboard and I found a new CoCo fact. Our keys are sculpted. They're different heights in every row. So if you look down the row, they go up and down like a piano keyboard here. So you can't do it on a full travel keyboard.
Yeah, they're close to what's called an OEM profile.
Yeah, so it makes a sculpted dish shape between the row, which you can see at the starting edge. It starts out high and it curves down. I had no idea it did that. I've been making keyboards all along.
Couldn't you just put stickers on it?
Well, but the point was to keep the double shot indestructible keys and keycaps and stuff. So the only one I can make is for the CoCo Melty.
Which would be early Coco 2s or the 64K Coco 1.
And it has to be the one that has the screws in the back to open it up. And, okay, well, I'm in. I'm already working on the CoVorak 2M.
Nice.
Which, if you like a Dvorak style keyboard, you'll be good to go.
Has James contacted you about getting that to try once you got one made up?
No, he hasn't. In fact, anyone that's interested should contact me because I'm going to make 3 just so I have one. But
He just said sweet in the chat there, so he's aware of it now.
Because we've got perfectly functional keyboards that are never going to die. I mean, the double shot. In fact, I don't know if I have a good picture of it. Let's see. But the bad. No, I don't have a shot of it. I made this version full travel out of a really old keyboard, and if you line it up, sure enough, the home row is all of the heavily worn keys that are shiny on top now, and the very outsides are the keys where the pebble grain is still complete. So yeah, the layout is valid. It definitely puts all of the force right in the center of the keyboard. So us old folks might like that a lot more than reaching out with your pinky to key various.
Yeah, because the most common keys were all in the home row, so you never had to move your fingers and get carpal tunnel by constantly stretching tendons and things.
Right, that home row is all shiny from just use as a QWERTY, so you were reaching for those keys the whole time. So anyway, that was a pretty interesting thing, and if anyone wants one, please let me know. Oh, also, if anyone sent me an email about keyboard springs, I lost it. So I may have answered all of them, or I may not have. So anyway, if you're waiting on an answer from me, please email me again, because it might have gone missing. Anyway, that's basically all I did this week, was getting ready for CocoFest and taking this interesting little side journey into CoVorak.
Okay. Next up is Bob.
Okay, I guess that's me. Let me switch over to something else. Speed. HDMI capture. Okay, not that one.
This is where we throw in the
That
Monty
one.
Python. And now for something completely different.
Right?
Okay. So most of you probably remember seeing this already, where I have my, I took out the RF modulator and put in the HDMI socket. And switch and share.
And the
my
USB-C, I
guest
think,
zone.
power, right?
USB-C power also. That's an aside to what I'm gonna mention right now. So basically, I'm using one of these converter boxes. So it's less than 20 bucks. And yeah, you can get those with free shipping even. So actual cost. Well, there'd be tax, whatever. Excuse me, tariffs.
For some of you.
Still cheaper than American resellers. Anyway, let me get to the next. So that's how it's basically mounted in there, underneath the motherboard. And you can see I got the little.
Actually, we're just seeing your CoCo in your hand.
Oh, let me.
I was just gonna tell him all we got is his armpit.
Yep. There we go.
How embarrassing.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, GDB.
So that was the no, that's that same SCART box. I just took it out of the box.
You just took it out of the box. Okay.
I removed the
look
SCART
like inside.
connector and I got VGA cord running over. And that just sits under the motherboard. Well, that's the old version anyway. Switch back here.
What, you're showing us outdated stuff?
That was, well, I have to show you that so you can see how far I
can
came.
appreciate the new one.
Because that was last week.
Yeah.
So this is, this is the new version.
New
Oh, you still have the RF out and now you've added HDMI.
Exactly. There is a little case mod down here.
Yeah.
And I've got this.
How are you doing that case mod, by the way? Are you drilling that or how are you doing that?
Yeah, I'm going to show you real quick.
Love to know.
So yeah, basically, if you have an 1/8 inch drill bit, I cut this off of the case. This is steel. And
this is a template.
I just kind of mounted it up there. Basically, I drilled the first hole and then put a screw in it with a nut that holds it in place. Then drilled the second hole, put another screw with a nut, and then I drilled a few holes in the HDMI port, and took one of my jeweler files and just smoothed it right out.
Yeah.
Bob,
And this
go
guy,
to the building store and get yourself a RotoZip bit. It's for sideways cutting. It's the 1/8 inch drill that punches in, but then it's designed to cut sideways. You use it to cut around like drywall boxes and so forth to cut drywall, and it will absolutely follow your template with the religion, and you won't need a file. You'll get a perfect cut every time. They're wonderful.
Will it do a sharp 90?
It will leave your 1/8 inch radius in the corners. But other than that, it will cut sideways very fast. Where you don't have to, it won't melt the plastic. You can, move at a speed where you don't have to clean up after it. And then you just square the corners and you're done. Anyway, I love those things. I'll never give it up.
Right. I'll get a little closer here. So
RotoZip drywall bit. Looks like you can get it at Lowe's for $14.48.
Oh, you can get them cheap someplace. Harbor Freight for
Home
horror front
$9.98.
for name brand, for no brand. And because it's plastic, they break a lot in drywall, but they're fine for.
Right. So same as before, I had to put a little socket on the bottom under the composite video, just because this takes composite to do the sync. It also takes composite to give you your artifact colors.
Yep.
Oh, nice. Standard
And
socket. Yeah.
another nice thing about this is there's no mounting hardware. It's just kind of slide right in.
Just got to shield
So
it.
I removed the SCART socket again, and I have another little board that I designed. That's got the capacitor and resistors, not resistors, but trimmer pots, so that I can calibrate it. Get it in the shot, Bob. And that is just the same pinout as our RGB ports. So you can see the notch there, sort of. I did mess up this LED hole, but you don't notice it too much. And there's a tiny little notch in the vertical support that the motherboard rests on. So this just kind of, we'll get this to stand up just right. There we go. So this just slides into place. Just as easy as pie. There we go. And you've already got this vertical support in the back that prevents it from moving back. So no mounting hardware or anything. It's solid and secure. The button, I kept the one button so you can switch resolutions, but you don't need the PAL NTSC button, and you don't need the HDMI versus SCART input select. So I just take those off.
That upright support makes it feel like it's almost like it was designed for it.
Yeah,
Right.
it's I mean,
it fits in there so nice and snug. That's beautiful.
If it was another 1/10 of a millimeter, I'd have to maybe sand a notch off the board or something. But, and then I also got this, it's just a little 1 amp 5-volt power supply for standby power, hardwired to the 110. This one has not been converted to USB power.
That's nice and clean.
Yep. So the other thing I wanted to mention on this, and this applies to the switcheroo cable as well. I sent a note to Coco Man in the video channel. Basically the capacitors that we're using, the 220 UF, kind of results in a washed out video signal. It's like the levels, even if you set the levels at 0.7 volts per the spec, the colors just look dim, especially the reds. So that's kind of the whole reason I made that little adapter board, is so I could adjust it with the trimmers and, you know, do some experimenting.
Find the ultimate.
And I'm using 330 microfarad capacitors, and it really lets the colors pop. 330 microfarad and 50 ohm resistors. And that was, I tested that with my oscilloscope to calibrate those to 0.7 volts per channel. And then beyond that, just do it a little bit visually, because the reds still seemed a little bit low, so I just brightened that up to, you know, I made it about 0.8 volts.
And you're just using a HDMI monitor?
Yeah, but I'm actually monitoring that level coming out of the CoCo before it's going through the SCART box.
Okay.
So on my board here, can't really see it, but the 3 pots are right here on the edge, so I can tweak them with a screwdriver right here. Each one has a leg sticking out where I can attach my scope
for testing.
Yeah, exactly, for calibration. Let's see if I can turn this around.
So, hey, Bob, I totally spaced earlier on. What is the device you're using there?
This is the SCART to HDMI box. Hang on, I'll pull it up.
It's like the ones you buy on Amazon.
Oh,
That thing.
Yeah.
the one that I have.
Yeah,
Probably.
and see, it's in a metal box, and that metal box makes a perfect template to cut the back of the computer out. And this will work in a CoCo 2 as well if you have a composite output. So really, what you would need for a CoCo 1 or 2, what we need for a CoCo 1 or 2 is just a clean RGB YUV
Composite.
to RGB circuit. We have the clean composite. We need a good RGB out of the CoCo 1.
And you're just now the wiring that you're doing for that, do you have that wiring documented somewhere?
What wiring?
Like the wiring, pulling the RGB off of the CoCo and wiring it to that board. Do you have that botching documented anywhere?
Well, let me switch my monitor again. Yeah, I made a video about the little circuit I made. This was my first little test bed.
Okay.
Is that in the news this week, Curtis?
It's a little
Bob's video or last week?
Yeah, I don't think it was this week.
Because I couldn't get electrolytics that would fit. And this was just using, I'd like cut a VGA cable and soldered individual wires to it. It looked a little bit sloppy and it was hard to adjust, in the field.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas this one's a little more convenient to access.
And you released that video describing this week or last week?
No, the video I did was on the older version, and that was quite a while ago, maybe a year ago. So I'll be doing a new video on this newer version of this.
Oh, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing that then.
Yeah.
But essentially, Bob.
Go ahead.
I was like, but essentially, what you're doing is the circuitry, like you referenced, CoCo Man's SCART cable. The electronics that he's putting inside the SCART end, you've basically taken that and broken it out onto that board, but you replace some of the fixed components with like variable resistors and stuff like that, so you can do a little bit of tweaking. Isn't that basically what you're doing? You replace the fixed value with variable. Yeah.
First, I built my own SCART cable.
Yep.
And that worked okay, but it like I said, the colors looked a little bit dim, especially the reds. And so I spent a lot of time, replacing resistors and stuff inside the cable, trying to get the right value. And that's when I decided, I need to make a board with thermopots on it.
Yeah.
And then I made that first version, and then I decided a second version would be better. And the second version was based on an older version of that converter box, so it doesn't fit the way I wanted it to. So that made me rethink the whole mounting of it, which just ended up in kind of serendipitously figuring out this new mounting method. And anyway, what you were talking about regarding the switcheroo, I actually bought a switcheroo after building my own cable because I wanted to see if he had the same video issues. And basically, when I hooked it up with the same exact components, it looked exactly the same as my cable. So I figure it's a common, everybody's having this issue. We just don't really realize it. It looks better than it did before, but we still had room to improve. So the one other key to switcheroo is the ability to switch to composite. So that takes one bodge wire here. There's a little tiny 150 ohm resistor that's actually tied underneath my socket here to pin 10. And that goes up here
The
to,
unused one.
right. That goes up here to the 8-volt switched signal for the channel switch. There's a via right there. And I just attached it to that via. That's the simplest way to do it. The only other place is over by the PIA, where the resistor goes into the PIA. I actually disconnected that resistor just to make sure they're not feeding 8 volts into the PIA, but it's got a resistor anyway. But that voltage on pin 10 now works dual function. It still controls the channel 3-4 function, and it switches the SCART box between RGB and HDMI just based on I think it's pin 16, watches for voltage level. That's about it. Just mainly it's about the new HDMI port under the motherboard.
That's cool.
Yep.
Cool.
And
Well, we
it's
look forward to
fairly
that
easy.
upcoming video here with the new design too. So
Yeah. I was actually surprised at how easy it was with that metal jig on there. You can't screw it up.
oh, I'm sure I
Well,
could.
You could, but are you going to be
Takes a
doing
little-
a CoCo 2 as well?
Yeah.
Like
I
with
think I am. Yeah, I
composite
have
mod?
a CoCo
Yeah.
2 with the nice composite board on it.
Yeah.
So I was looking at that earlier, and it'll definitely fit. So yeah, I'll probably do that in the video. I meant to record all this, but I just kind of got carried away and did it all before I had a camera set up.
Got too excited.
Yeah, you just
Yep.
get to playing with things and
Yep. I had to order new boxes and everything.
Yeah.
I was
You just
gonna-
call it dress rehearsal. Then you go back and record it.
Yeah, exactly. Now I know how to write the script.
All right. Next up, we had Brian Weasler.
Okay. Okay, so about it may have been 2 months ago, maybe a month and a half ago. I had showed a CoCo 2, and so Ron Dalbo, you're the one that wanted this, so I'm going to show you guys here. So if you're paying attention, Ron, let me switch cameras here. There we go. So you guys remember this machine here? This was the game and education machine that I got. It was a CoCo 2 that had been modded, and we were kind of looking around. You know, it has the little potentiometer on the back there. There was some wiring, and there was some on the bottom. So I carefully removed the sticker that was covering the warranty, and I actually did that just moments before the show. So I have not even taken the cover off of this. So we're all going to look at this together, and we're going to see what sort of mods that they did to this thing inside. All I did is take the screws off. I got all the case screws off, but I basically just set it right here. And so let's go ahead and take a look at this together, and we'll see what kind of interesting mods that they did to this thing here. Trying to go slowly here. I don't know how long some of these wires are. Okay, here we go. Let me slide this a little bit. So here you can see the potentiometer that they got and the speaker that they got that they have there. And it looks like it's going to looks like they got an add-on board here. Let's see here. What do they got going on here? Let me
should just be an
Probably
amplifier.
the amplifier board.
Yeah, let me get this keyboard out of the way here a little bit. There we go. Oh, okay. I was trying to figure out what this is. This is basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 layers of foam double-sided tape that they used as a spacer. So that's
Unconductive.
holding that up there in place.
Onto the motherboard or onto a chip?
No, it's just sitting there onto the motherboard. And it looks like the other side here is resting on the relay that would be on the board here. So I'm not exactly sure about where all the signals are that they're tapping here, but I'm sure they're tapping, and this is just a basic, probably basic amplifier type of circuit here that would drive the speaker.
Gotta get power
It
from
looks like
somewhere.
they're just pulling power on the left, and I'm assuming they're getting
Yeah.
an audio signal from the cartridge port.
So when you say
the bus, power off the bus, audio from down by the PIAs there, and yeah, driving the speaker. So you can use a regular monitor with no audio for things that require audio.
That pin on the cartridge port is pin 9. That's 5 volts.
Yeah, that's their power and ground.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're getting the power from here, because I could see these 2 wires when I was looking through the side right there. So they're just tapping power here.
Which interesting, you would think they would just grab the sound pin off of the cartridge while they were there, but they didn't.
That would just be an extra input. Your best bet is to get it after the mux.
So they're picking up the sound from here, I'm guessing.
The cart slot has an output too, though, doesn't it?
The cart slot does not have an audio output. The cart slot has an audio input that you can that you route into the mux.
Yeah, like an ORC 90 or a Sound Speech Pack uses.
Exactly.
Okay. And they're probably picking up ground here, and then the audio is over here by the.
Yep.
So they could use like a cheap security monitor to get high resolution video, but still have sound.
Right.
With this setup.
Yeah, somebody with trouble to make a circuit board.
So if you're going to sell 100 of them, you know.
So here we go. Here I'm going to have to do a little bit of disassembly here in front of you guys. Here, give me a moment. If I can walk this off of here. There we go.
Snap. Crunch.
Grab my screwdriver real quick here, because then we can. Because if you remember right, there was another board that was on the bottom of this thing here that we could see through the grill work there.
More goodies.
And we'll see what we got here.
Maybe it's for a Sprite chip.
Maybe. Let's see here. Oh, I need a smaller screwdriver here. Hold on.
Yeah.
Is there any company name or anything on that little satellite board, or is it just a bare?
Just a bare board that I see here. They got a few things labeled here, but nothing. Come on. Don't tell me we're going to get limited by these screws right here, guys. I'm not sure if my screwdriver is small enough for this one.
Oh,
I think a blowtorch won't take care of.
You need,
What's
you
that?
need the Phillips 3 there.
Let's see here. Oh, here we go. We're safe.
There's your bit kit.
There we go. We're back in business here, guys. So we'll see what we got on the bottom of this thing here.
What was this computer originally used for?
It looks like it was a CoCo 2, and then there was a company called Game and Education Machine.
Yeah, Automated Functions Inc., which I can't remember if we ever found anything else about them.
Yeah, I think we did. I think Mark found something. Mark Overs, I think, found something, or somebody did. Now, what I'm speculating is that either A, they had cartridges that had software, or maybe they had their own, cassettes or discs that would work, and then this was just the machine that the kids would sit in front of, or whomever was.
Because game was just there to get the kids interested, and it was really educational that paid the books.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Let's see here. I think we're loose. Let me slide the case out of the way here, trying to. Let's see here. Okay, that's quite a board underneath here. Let me see if I can get this. Let me see
Is that a ROM?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can get this positioned here, guys.
And it looks like it's a 24-pin and a 28-pin socket or something.
Yep. And
the universal ROM socket thing. Yeah.
And it looks like it's tied directly into the cart port.
So this machine has its own ROM. Right now, it's ready to go. You would think.
All right, what's the number on that chip there?
Yeah, let's see. I'm trying to get it. There we go. Is it focusing for you guys?
Not quite.
It's a.
Not really.
It's an N8633. It says Voltmax, Voltrax.
Voltrax. Is that a speech chip?
Oh, a Voltrax chip.
Oh,
Yeah, Votrax is
And
speech.
SEO2, that's the one that had pitch control too, isn't it?
So it talks and it's got its own amplifier to talk to you without having to do weird things.
So that must be wired into the sound mux too then.
And there's your balancing pot to make the voice balance out to your other sounds.
yeah. So you're probably going to find that it's got a line tied into the cartridge sound wire, whichever one that is, and I don't have that up at the moment. But
So there's where the sound wire comes in.
Yeah, so that's a speech, the second generation speech drive. The Votrax SC1, if I remember, is the one the Sound Speech Pack kind of uses an equivalent of. And the SEO2, I think, is what was it the Real Talker or Super Talker, whatever used for, you could make it sing and stuff because you could adjust the pitch of the voice.
So they're
that should
injecting.
be pin 35. And we're looking at this flipped upside down such that on my left and forward is pin 1, correct?
This right
Yeah.
this right here.
Yes.
This is actually labeled. I think there's a one
You're
right here.
backwards. Yeah.
Oh, this is
Yeah.
one?
High ones are on the left. On the left.
Okay, so that'd be 39, 37.
Your 386 in the corner there's going to be some sort of an amplifier.
And he's doing some decoding here on the right side.
Yeah, you've got a line that's running. You've got a
do the
line that's
Votrax.
running straight down to pin 35.
And then the Votrax talks, and you've got a balancing resistor up here. And then all the CoCo sound gets snuffed off of the board that's on top.
Yep.
And sent to the speaker. So you get the Votrax, you get the sound from your program, all nicely blended.
And possibly cartridge port sound if you have another sound source.
Yeah, and what you guys
Right.
can't see here, I can see it here on mine. This is the double-sided board, and
Yeah.
there are some traces here. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, you guys can see them on the
I
screen.
see the
there.
shadows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now I have a question for you. Is it a stock basic ROM on the main CoCo 2 motherboard, or is that a custom one? Like to say talk to the sound chip or something.
Right.
Let's see here.
Yeah, or do you need more goodies? Do you need this special ROM cart?
Like is this self-contained to modify to use this stuff, or does it still need a cartridge or a
I'm
cassette
going
or
to say
disc?
it's a standard. I'm going to say it's the extended basic ROM because they haven't been desoldered from the board and they're not socketed.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So they're still soldered in. So
That means
there
there's
may
still some
be a
software
ROM
missing,
pack.
either a ROM cart or cassette or disc stuff.
And you probably have it. You just have to find it. It's in your stuff, Brian. It's in your
What's that?
stuff.
Brian, if
What
you is that thing listening to? Hang on just a second. SCS is on pin 36. Is that thing listening to 40, 38, 36? Is there a trace coming off pin 36 on this thing?
where would 36 be?
There's nothing to trigger it. There's nothing for it to do. You would need
Let's
a
see here.
ROM on
So
here.
this would be one.
That'd be 39 where you're at right now, if that's one that you just pointed to. So 36 would be
No.
would be
38.
Oh, is he on top of the disk controller? Is what you're saying?
well. No, what I'm saying is if it's listening to SCS, that reduces the amount of decoding that it has to do because
Yeah,
now
and
it knows.
that puts it on top of the disk controller, so that would imply the software is either a ROM or a tape.
Okay. So in which case, if it's not listening to SCS, if it's just doing a raw decode of the address bus to figure out where it is in I/O space.
Then it could be disk as well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, rabbit holes. Let's dig deeper. Come on, folks. We can do it.
The thing is, though, SCS address space that has a full 32 I/O ports available to it, so it might not clobber the disk drive if it's
Could
listening to
fit it.
SCS.
And we'd have to pin out that 138 and yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, there's quite a few traces. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of data lines coming up right here. It's kind of hard
Well,
to
yeah,
see.
all the data runs up, and then the decoding, how sophisticated is the decoding is our current question. And then I'm sure we could come up with 7 or 8 more questions if you give us a minute.
Well, it's a two-sided PCB going to the cart port, so it shouldn't be that terribly hard to reverse engineer the schematic from it.
No, just during the show is my point. We're doing it now, here, live.
Let's second here. This might.
Oh
Yeah, you know
dear!
what? Hold on here.
It looks like it's socketed.
It unplugs. Oh my gosh.
I think it might be.
Oh my
Let me,
goodness!
Give me a second here, guys.
That's quite clever.
Let me do a little walk here.
So they have some poor schlep putting the feed-through headers in, and then the tech gets to put the board on and do all the cool stuff.
So it's basically got a built-in Y cable on the port now.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh,
Hold
that's
on. There we go.
That's nice.
that's
nice.
fabulous. That's absolutely fabulous. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
that's doing a full address bus decode. One, two, three, four.
Could be CTS.
So Brian, do you remember? Did you get any software with this when you got it?
No, unfortunately not. And the person who had it, they didn't have any software when they acquired it. So if there was software, it got lost somewhere along the chain, or maybe the machine just became available and the software was long gone.
Well, the software may just look like applications. So you may be looking for cassettes or discs that are just applications by this company.
So those 2 bolts are standoffs. So.
Correct.
Yep.
Nicely done.
Dude, that's awesome. That's awesome right there. I like that. That's nifty.
I'm assuming Bob Emery's looking at this. He's being inspired right now by a socket on the bottom of the
yeah, he'll be tying the SCO2 right to the HDMI port so you can have it speak through your TV.
Right?
You may not believe this, but I've actually already done that. When
Of course
you have.
No, Bob, I completely believe you've already done that.
I didn't use headers though. I literally soldered a 40-pin IDE cable wire by wire to the bottom of the board.
Yeah, do it the hard way every time, right?
Yeah, that's
you had to get the pin out, right?
Gotcha. Hang on just a second. Let me see.
Yeah, this is like how the TC9 was designed because they used double headers too. You had a little adapters to put the actual CoCo carts into it.
A little flip-flop board, yeah.
All right, so that's completely ignoring halt and NMI.
Right?
It looks like.
Because they aren't going to do that.
Or is it? What are those? No, that's
not
correct.
The 12-volt lines, and then what is it, Slimby?
No, the Slimby's over by the side there. It's over on pin 40. So if we're looking at the bottom of this, pin 40's there. It just may not be tied to anything.
This is 40 here in the corner, or if this is pin 1.
So that
we're
pin
upside
40.
down and backwards. Yeah, I'm all confused.
Yeah, I don't see anything coming off.
Okay, that's 40s. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't see anything coming off of that. There is this line right here. It's kind of hard to see if I can get the right reflection here, but this line right here is coming off of 39 right there.
And 39's address line 15.
Well, but now you're flipped around the other way, so now we need to go
right.
Bloop.
And it's going into these TTLs that are here, which is probably doing some sort of addressing. I'm assuming
that's going to be address decoding, so it's not using SCS to do its address decoding. It looks like.
Well, keep in mind that header is not transferring all 40 pins.
No, but
right,
the header,
that's what we're saying.
The header's only as wide as it needs to be to connect it with everything, and so we already know that it's not using one. It's not using 1, 2, 3, or 4, because here's you got 1, 2, 3, or 4 over on the left side of the upside down PC board. They're not connected to any of the headers. So yeah, you're using 18 pins along the header length instead of 28, or instead of a full 20.
So on the other side of that connector, are they using all? Did they go all the way to the end? On the
they're just using 36
on the CoCo motherboard.
No,
you got 4 pins on the.
Right, that's why all the counting was off because I wasn't.
Right, but on the other side, did they get all the pins or they leave a few?
Yep. I see where. Yep, this is what. Here's what we're talking about here.
Yeah,
what
it picks up everything except those 4. Yeah.
So you got
Now, what about the other side?
Yeah, underneath the shielding, is there some other pins not connected, or
no?
1, 2. It doesn't look at how many.
No, I think they're picking up all the pins over here. There is some solder spots right here, but they're more component type spots.
Now those are 18 pins wide, so it's picking up all but those 4 pins at the front.
Yep.
So not quite a proper Y cable.
Not quite.
Nope. And a very neat cutout, I might add. That's all done by hand. That little cutout around the headers.
So all it's not paying attention to is it's not paying attention to the ground pins on 1 and 2, and it's not paying attention to the halt and NMLI pins.
Okay, so it can't be used for disk then, because you need halt for the CoCo disk controller.
Right. Well, this is just to feed the speech chip, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're all good.
But it looks like it's listening to the entirety of the address bus and the entirety of the data bus.
So this is generating audio.
Yeah,
Speech.
And voice.
Speech.
Yes.
Speech
Okay.
specifically, that's what that SEO2 chip is for.
All right. And then
Okay, so
combining it with the computer audio so you get everything.
So
Yeah,
then
so you can play sound effects like from the PIA, and then you also can mix it with the voice at the same time.
Right. It'll ship that out pin 35 to the it's pin 35 to the multiplexer.
Okay.
Because we
So,
noticed.
so then we're picking it up. So then this is picking it up and bringing it back into this board, plus the audio from the. Whoops. Let me.
No, I don't. No, it's not even doing that. It's letting the CoCo send it down to the audio mux and it's picking up audio mux information.
You know that amplifier board looks like it has the same header the speech board does.
the double
it,
row?
it actually does. Yeah, they're using. So where the where the ROM chip is at.
Almost looks like the same board.
It is the same board, but they're using basically where the chip is at. They just got components soldered across it. Where the TTL circuits are at, they're just using the exact same board.
Oh, it's just a pinout. It's a
They're being so cheap. It's not even. Oh, that's great. That's perfect.
It's a breadboard. It's a component board. It's
JK. That's great. I love it. That is absolutely
Four
amazing.
wax. It's dessert topping.
Yeah, they're just using the that's exactly what they're doing. Yep.
Hey guys, I did a quick Google search and I found a place in Falls Church, Virginia called Automated Functions Inc. And it says they built Laptalker smart talk speech synthesizer for IBM PC compatible computers, used for individuals who are blind or have low vision.
Oh, CoCo's as well, apparently.
And CoCo's as well, obviously.
Yep.
Looks like a match.
Yeah, if they're still around, somebody should contact them and see if they still have any, or one of their employees has some of the old software.
That'd be fun.
It says inactive status, but it did say latest award 2005. So they were founded in 82.
Okay.
Does it have the CEO names and stuff like they usually do in those filings? Or a contact person for the original record?
Oh, interesting. Their email address is autofunk@cs.com. That'd be CompuServe. I don't think they're still around. Let's see. Ronald A. Morford was the president, and Faye Evans is vice president. Mary Landon is marketing.
Yeah, we should see if somebody can maybe try to get a hold of them, and could even have them come on the show to talk about this little specialty project.
I posted a link to this inknowledgevation.com.
That is some epic botchery they're doing there. I approve.
Hey, makes it work.
Exactly.
Ken Wilmot says the 74138 is a 3-to-8 decoder, which is really nice if you have very few I/O lines and need a multiplex and get something more.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Very handy to have.
I mean, it's what they use on the other side of the SAM. So.
Right. Well, this is how you take something like the SCS, which has a stack of 16. Well, now you can take another 3 bits and make it 8 selects. Yeah.
So they have a ROM cart with ROM in it they just stuck on and.
Well, that's what we don't know. We don't know if it was a ROM card or a cassette or a disc or maybe, depending on which software, it might have been any of them. Who knows?
For something that would be a dedicated workstation like this, they probably had a cartridge. They just plug it in and it fires up a given program.
Yeah, depending how sophisticated the program's got.
It's funny though, if they would have had that, they could have included the ROM on that board underneath, right?
Well, that's why I was asking if it had stock CoCo Basic ROMs, because if it didn't, it might have custom ones. You don't need the cart at all, really.
At all, yeah. It'd be a dedicated workstation of some sort.
Did you notice?
You guys can see the bottom of my
given their
board there.
Given their stated mission, I wonder if this doesn't somehow work with other software so that it, there's something going on here we don't get.
So if they were using a standard, like it's something standard, is there any other software that we know of or any other hardware that we know of that used the Votrax?
Yes.
Okay. What?
Colorware put some stuff out.
Who did?
Colorware.
Colorware. Okay. So it might be. Hi, Micro Hobbyist. It might be. I wonder if the colorware stuff would have worked with this if they set it up so that the
Yeah, if the
Votrack
addressing was the same as Colorware's Real Talker, I think was their SEO2 one. I think that's the
Yeah.
right one.
So if they based it off of like that addressing and everything was the same, then all the colorware stuff should have just worked. That might have been the modus operandi for that one.
Just plug it in and it talks to you and you're done. You don't need to do anything else.
The other,
Hello, Dave. How are you?
the other big
today?
mystery is, why is there a kangaroo on the top logo?
Right?
Yeah, was this Australian?
Jason!
Cultural appropriation.
There's Nick asking the big questions.
Right.
That's it.
That's a good question. Like, was this inspired? Like, was one of the people on the board, Australian to begin with, or was this meant to be sold in Australia? Maybe for, I have no idea.
I never heard of them.
Well, we found out they're located in the States, so obviously they're not based there. But
there
we go.
You haven't fired it up yet, huh?
Interesting.
So yeah. Well, I guess more to find out then.
Yeah, what kind of accent does it speak with?
yeah.
Well, this had the inflection part of the chip, so you could vary it a bit. So you
You
might be
could
able to
make
even
an
fake
Australian?
You might be able to fake an Aussie accent. I know it more speech bits than the original Votrax SEO1 did too.
Nice.
Oop, there we go. Okay, guys.
That was fun.
So this was my lame attempt at basically something similar. I had individual wires on there, but I took that off and recently I did this. I put this pin header socket on there.
Right.
Trying to get my IDE drive working. I'm not sure how to get it working though. I don't think it's working. I am able to boot cartridges plugging into this edge connector though. So the cable itself actually works.
Good mismichaelment of a disk drive cable. I like it.
Yep.
Okay, that was everybody I had on the project updates. So, anything else?
I have a project which it was destined for the game news, but I've only got another hour here. I've got to be off in an hour. So should we put in a software project?
Sure, go for it.
Yeah, so I figured all you guys are talking hardwares, and I better throw in a software project in there.
Project's a project.
That's right.
That's right. So Curtis twisted my arm yesterday, and he told me I should talk about my latest game. So I thought, okay, might as well unveil it.
Neutroid 19.
So yeah. So from here, the next hour will be all about Neutroid 6. No, I've actually not. It's not Neutroid. So everyone, come back. Actually, I'll just bring up the software and then talk about it. So I'll just share my screen.
Untroid?
Old Droid.
Old trade.
Okay, is that coming up?
Not Troid.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Yes, it is.
CoCo 3.
Yes, so it's a CoCo 3 game.
It's
requires 512K, and it's pinball. I just kept it plain old pinball. And pinball's not exactly my favorite game genre or whatever. I never was a fan of pinball, actually, but this was more, I figured that a lot of people do like pinball, and it would be a very popular title. And it's a sort of game that we haven't seen on the CoCo 3. We saw a few pinball games on the CoCo 1 and 2 back in the day.
At least 4 that I know of, yeah.
Yeah, there's never been a pinball done for the CoCo 3 that I'm aware of anyway.
And I like that you have the paddles close enough together, the ball doesn't fall through.
Right. If real pinball
Yeah,
was like
right.
that, I would do much better.
That's right.
I'd probably break it.
So this is pinball. It's still a work in progress. I'm only about halfway, but I've got enough in there to show something this time. So I decided might as well announce it. I generally don't announce things until I get about halfway, just in case I have to abort it or change my mind, and then it just becomes a vaporware. So I figure I just go far enough, and if I'm sure that I'm going to complete the game, well, then I can announce it. And that's what today is. I'm announcing my next game, Pinball, for the CoCo 3. So there it is, and it's currently it's a 6809, and there's no 6309 stuff in there at the moment. So it's and it's working fine under a 6809. We'll see how it goes. Now, well, I'll just get straight into it, then we can talk about it. So pinball, press spacebar, and then I won't actually launch a ball yet until I've explained a few things. So, sound effects.
Did you remember to share sound?
Oh, hang on. You didn't hear anything?
Nope.
Okay, maybe it didn't share. Okay,
Right
I'll just
back.
say stop share, and I'll share again.
Yeah, just make sure you hit the checkbox.
What checkbox?
When you do the share screen, when it's asking you to select the window, there should be a share sound on the right-hand side somewhere.
Yeah, it's two.
Zoom.
They've moved. Yep. Okay, now let's do it again. I'll just break out back to the title so we can see the hear the sound at the start. Okay, here I go.
Yeah, that time.
That came through. Okay, so I do have the sound. Now this pinball table, it spans 2 screens, so it goes vertical. This is the bottom half of the pinball table. It's not the graphics that you would normally see when you're playing. What I've got there at the moment is what I call the bump map. It's the graphics that the software looks at in order to make the ball navigate on the table. The what
So
the
the
player,
hitboxes is they
well,
would say.
hitboxes, bump. It's the
Yeah.
bump map, I call it.
It's the collision detecting map, basically. With
Yeah.
Right,
Everything. The computer. This is what the computer looks at when it's trying to navigate the ball. What the player will see will be an overlaid graphical plane, which has all nice graphics on top, which of course I haven't drawn yet. You've got to draw. You got to do the bump map first, and then you draw over that how the graphics are going to look. So you're seeing the chunky low res under bottom bit plane that the program sees, except that you do also see the score marker at the bottom there, the number of balls, which is on the bottom right, and the flippers, which are moving like so. They're actually then overlaid over the overlay, the other the graphical bitmap, which I just mentioned that I haven't got. So essentially it's 3 planes. The red part in the top here, ignore that. That's just my diagnostics when I'm actually checking for my CPU time that's taken to process the graphics. You can see when I move the flippers, it flashes. It uses up a bit of CPU time. So it's graphically showing you how much CPU you're using for that particular part of the frame. So I'm doing fairly well. At the moment, it's set. It's going to be running it is running rather at 60 frames per second. So I'm doing pretty good on time. I'll just launch a ball so you can see the screen will scroll up to the top half, and I'll pause it up there.
Nice.
Okay, I've paused it. So yeah, you got the top half. The top half, I'm still trying to work out how to lay things out. So it's not finished. But as you can see, the score counter, if I can make the ball hit a few of those bumpers, you'll see the score counter move. I'll let it go down. Hang on, I've got to get away from my mouse. Oh well, I'll just launch. Oh, just like a real pinball table, went straight down the middle.
Right down the middle. Cool. No math, you say?
No. Now, that's the other thing. Because I'm terrible at maths, I certainly can't do all the sine, cosines, or whatever is needed to calculate the ball motions and all that. So I had to, one of the very first things I had to do was work out how to make the ball move realistically without doing any calculations. And the other advantage of trying to do that is that you can get more speed out of the whole thing, because you're not trying to, well, you're not trying to calculate anything, and you're not trying to read a sign or whatever table to get the calculations in order. It basically just has the ball has a up-down velocity and a left-right velocity, a vertical and a horizontal. And those, and it's a floating point number so that you can get a more variable speed in either of those two directions. And by combining the two is how the ball can then do its curves and its slopes and all that. As you can see with the ball, all the movement is just varying the vertical and horizontal vectors essentially. And it seems to work. So I'm pretty proud that I didn't have to do maths.
Well, like you say, you'll get a much faster game for it because, you know,
yes,
perfect's the enemy of the good and all of that.
And many less migraines.
Well, it still took a while because you've got to really fiddle with it to get it to move realistically. And I've still got to do some tweaks. I think it's a bit slow still in some areas, like a bit sluggish. And that's not the CPU problem. That's just the way I've got all my floating points and the way I've got all the delay registers and all that. They've got to all be tweaked just to get it perfect, or close to perfect anyway. But it's sort of coming along. You can see I'm getting all the different colors that you see on that display signify a different surface. So the code is actually looking to see when the ball hits something, it looks at the color of that bite to determine how hard that surface is. So obviously some surfaces are going to be harder and the ball can just bounce off it fairly quickly. Others might be like a rubber bumper, like a rubber surface, which dampens the actual ball, so it slows it down. Other surfaces, like at the very top there, those magenta ones, they're bumpers, so that when you hit those, they actually accelerate the ball, and hence when you hit that, that is the bumper that pushes the ball fairly hard to give that the bumper effect. So that's how that works. So that's all going, and I'm just basically at this point I'm trying to design how the layout of all the things will be and come up with little patterns and other little gadgets on the pinball table. So the top is still a work in progress. The bottom is close. I've almost got the bottom sort of sorted out. I've opted to have the ball launcher in the middle as opposed to on the right hand side like a conventional pinball, only because having it on the right uses up screen area, which I would prefer to keep for the actual game. It's for the pinball table itself. it's like a wasted spot on the right. You know, you have an area at the whole right edge of the screen you can't use because that's where the ball launching is. So I thought, why not just launch it from the middle? Like you can say it's a solenoid that just launches a ball like that. And that doesn't take up the space on the right. It does mean I don't have the ball go across the top and have it fall down like a normal pinball table into an area below where you get different parts to score on. But I'll work out something. But
you know, I think
you should mention your number spinning too.
The score.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So the score display is. I've tried to design it to be more of like an old school mechanical pinball. Hence why the sound effects sound very mechanical. You know, the bells and so I'm going for that sort of a style, and the score counter is going for a old mechanical type wheel score display. If you look at the numbers.
So is the right number a 0 that never moves? Just like a real pinball table?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I could think of a couple of different.
Oh, how about that? Hey, Curtis,
yeah, you did it finally.
That's the first time I had that happen. So it works.
Hey, Nick.
Yep.
I have a suggestion for your pinball launcher. In dead center, have like something that slides up from underneath, basically, so that it has an angle, so it pops up and then it can deflect the ball to the left or the right. So instead of always having it launch from the right and go around, you can sometimes comes up on the left side.
Aim your launch.
It does actually. If you look carefully, you watch when I launch it. It's gone slightly to the left.
Yeah, it did. Okay.
But if I do it again,
it might go to the right or
so did
left
that.
also. Yeah.
It's random. So if I do it, just let the ball go down. It
yeah,
will
there's
go
less
slightly.
left.
Yeah, it will go. There we go.
To the right.
Yeah.
So there is a bit of variance, so that it's not
okay.
the same thing. Otherwise,
Okay.
you could just launch, and every game will start the same way.
Right.
So I have got that there. I could vary that a bit more if I want, but I thought that was safe. You don't want it going too far left because it will just go into the whatever they call that, the targets on the left on the way up. And that
Feature creep question time.
Okay, and let's put a stop to it right now.
I've tried, believe me, Henry, I've tried.
Well, no, I mean, this is like, these are some gameplay things that are actually quite significant to actual pinball tables. And it's two questions. The first one being, are you allowing a plunger power range? And the second being, are you allowing the table to be kicked?
Ooh,
the plunger power range, not at this point.
Okay.
So, I'm trying to think of how to do it, but I just figured just having it launch at full speed, but just vary the angle slightly might be enough. But at the moment, no, there isn't that plunger power thing. And the tilt function, I think they call it, I will have that.
Okay.
It's not in there yet, but basically if you bash the space bar while you're trying to, play the game, that will be a tilt. So I do plan to put that in there.
Or it might help if you do it just right?
Yeah, well, I guess on a real pinball table,
they wanted you to try to tilt it.
Yeah, because you smack the left and the right side of the table to get a little bit, like where it hung there for a second. If I had smacked the left side of the table, I could have made it move over towards the flipper instead of going to the drain. And so I'm wondering if you have that smacking implemented yet.
Oh, that sideways thing? No, I wasn't really.
But not if you do it too long. That seems to be you can tap it, but you can't whack it.
Yeah.
I mean, you can smack some of those pretty hard.
I think a lot of machines now, the later ones, actually would you'd lose a ball if you did that. It would have a I don't know what they call it, a smack sensor.
The tilt sensor.
Yeah.
The tilt sensor is basically a plumb bob and a ring, and so you adjust how sensitive the tilt sensor is by how high above the ring the plumb bob sits.
That was kind of like your walk of shame. You tilted it, and then you just had to watch your ball go boom,
Yeah, because you couldn't do anything. Your paddles are shut off and the whole bit. So.
Yeah.
And everyone's laughing at you because the lights all turned off.
Yeah, because if you smack it, if you smack it just hard enough, you can get it to move without actually triggering the tilt sensor. And so
I think they call it putting English on the ball or something.
Yeah,
exactly. Yes, it's English until it isn't.
It's English. And
if you tilt it too much, it's French. So.
Your guys' questions are all
Sorry,
good
Frederick.
and everything. Your guys' questions are all good and all, but let's get down to the meat and potatoes here. Is your screen art going to have a beautiful woman on it? That's what we really need to know here. So.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it could do. I mean,
do.
Knowing Nick will have an alien predator that'll eat your face off halfway through the game.
It's a Neutroid background.
Yeah, Neutroid background.
Fortunately for you guys, I did not. Fortunately for you guys, did not have my. I was on mute and I was saying something, and now I can say it. I can say bleep beep 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 beep.
So with the way you've designed it, though, you could have different skins.
Yes.
Right.
So, CoCo skin, Australian skin, and
yeah, I mean, literally, you could have the same board even, and somebody could design a little skin to like overlay the different parts to make it look different.
Right.
Well, actually,
maybe he'll have a design contest or something. I'm going to feature creep it now too.
Well,
because what you're seeing at the moment, I'm actually copying the bump map straight into the the skin screen. So you're seeing the same image essentially at the moment. But yeah, it has a separate. Actually, does have a separate skin.
This one's for detecting what the ball hits and how it's supposed to react to it based on the color of the pixel it hits, basically.
But it also looks like
I'm still changing this background to get things to work right. So until that's all done, then the last thing is to do the pretty girl in the background, as you say.
But it also looks like if you're using this methodology of basically using a graphical map as your mechanics map, then that's infinitely redesignable even by the end user if they want to.
Well, it could be. There's a few things. I think that might start to complicate things because there are certain things you can't put where you.
Yeah, but even on the other ones, like if you take Pinball Factory or the original Radio Shack Pinball, you could design a board that doesn't work. That's up to the person designing it.
Yeah.
And even on a real pinball table, you can have it so the ball's trapped. If you design it stupid. So that's on the user. You don't have to worry about that.
Right. You can say my physics may not be perfect. Design your game to suit.
Well, even with, I mean, on Pinball Factory, I've designed boards where you just shoot the ball up and then it just keeps shooting targets because it never makes it down to the paddles.
Right. And that's a flaw in the game, but
it's not a flaw in the game. It's a flaw in the design of the board, and that's up to the user designing the board, not up to Nick. He just needs the physics to run. If you make it retarded, it'll be retarded.
But now you have ChatGPT.
So it's even more retarded, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it'll get even worse. Perfect.
Oh my God. Oh no. Oh, this is gonna go all kinds of bad, all kinds of quick.
I tried ChatGPT with assembler. Oh boy, what a nightmare.
Now I'm trying to keep the feature creep to under control because I'd like to finish this as soon as I.
Yeah, you're not a fan of pinball to begin with, so
wrong place. And that little CPU bar is going to start getting down toward the bottom really quick, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah, I was suggesting multi-balls and all kinds of stuff, and he's just like, nope, I want to get this done.
Nope. CPU is going to run out. We're gonna.
Is this 6309 only?
Nope, 6809.
Because you got it on 6309, I thought maybe.
Oh, I always run the VCC on that in 6309 mode. But
that's because he keeps booting up Nitrous 9 in between to get real work done. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
right. When we aren't looking.
It runs in 6809. Yeah, it doesn't need the 6309.
Nice. That looks like it's going to be fun.
Yes.
Yep, I think so. It's too bad Nick doesn't like pinball because actually he could do a lot with custom designed tables or all kinds of additions. Hit a ball into a certain thing after you hit a bunch of targets and it takes you to a whole different play field. I had a whole bunch of suggestions for him, but he just wants to get it out of his hair because he's not a fan of pinball.
I'm not as fast a programmer as what I used to be, so it's going to take a long time, and I really want to finish it and move on to the next idea. But
well, the only question I got is why didn't you make those paddles look more like the ones in the beginning of the games.
Well, I did these first, and then I did the title. Yeah. So.
They look like.
Well, this isn't the final artwork, like he said, though. Like this is the bump map you're looking at, kind of.
Yeah, but the paddles are finished. Yeah, that they are the paddles.
Okay, you're not changing those.
No, I did those first, and then I did the title page later. So anyway.
Yeah, no, for shooting, you want that long flat paddle like that.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm
works.
trying to. It does allow you to have a bit of control. Like one of the skills in pinball is how you hit the ball. Like whether the ball hits the paddle around the very end of the paddle, or whether you hit it closer to the pivot point, varies the amount of the hit
the speed and the angle. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have tried to implement that to a degree. I don't know if I can.
Nice. Yeah, that's the whole game. Is the
I'll
interaction. Can you capture it?
Yep.
Oh, cool.
Now, if I try hit the ball when it's near there, oh, now there's a bug.
Oh, nice! Oh! Make a note, kids.
The panorama.
Tilt it, bump it.
Yeah, hit the tilt button.
Anyway, that was probably the end of the show anyway. So.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm looking forward.
But yeah, so I'll turn off the share.
It's fun giving live demos with alpha code.
Right?
Yeah, that was a.
I don't think we've seen that before, actually. Not in a long time, anyway.
That's the first time I've seen that bug, actually.
That's a pretty good little fast jiggle you got going there.
Yeah, no. So that's a. Yeah,
I noticed the score counters was screwing up too because it was only incrementing the one digit, not carrying over. Yeah.
It's the first time you saw the bug. It's probably going to be the last one because you were live.
Oh no! Till after you ship it, and then it'll come back.
Well, no, I look at it like this: that bug. There's actually a good feature in there because it shows that it went so fast that it actually stripped the catch off of the unit.
Yeah,
that's right. It's a hardware simulation now.
Yeah, nice physics simulation.
Software mechanical failure.
It's the first bug I've ever seen.
Oh, that was a feature you weren't telling us about, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's put in there specifically to test the tilt feature to get it out of that. So
that's right. There you go.
I have something to show actually too, because we're going back to Brian's demo here, because I actually pulled up one of the ads for the Supervoice by Colorware, or by Speech Systems. Actually, it's by Speech Systems. I actually use that chip. So just a sec here. Okay, so there's a speech system, and it says it talks, it sings, and more. And they actually made some software for it later on that you could buy one of their keyboards that you would normally use with like their Synth 12 or whatever. But you could actually play music using a speech chip, monophonic. But you could actually play the keyboard and actually play it. And here they got the comparison with the Real Talker, the Radio Shack speech cartridge, and the voice pack. You can see the SCO1's used by both. The RS is using an SP256. Supervoice is using an SSI 263, which is an SCO2 if it was manufactured by a different company on behalf of Votrax. But it is the exact same chip, so the SCO2/SSI. And it has 16 speaking speeds, 16 different volume levels. The others will have 8 articulation rates, and they had some stuff like super talking heads where you had a male voice and a female voice with different pitch. They had a reaction game bundled with it. They had the Supervoice sings a Star Spangled Banner, so it's singing Simon, and they started adding like a talking adventure game or Fool's Crossing and stuff like that too. So that's the chip that's on the board there that Brian was showing. So it's a fairly capable chip.
Nice.
Anyway, that's what I just wanted to briefly show.
Was that the Supervoice or the Super? Which one were you looking at there?
After I close the window, Supervoice, yes.
Supervoice, okay. Yep. No, I was looking to see. I was looking to see if I had one here. I was going to pop it open and see what the chip was on the inside there. So, but I was looking to see if I had one here handy or not, but I don't think I do. So, okay.
You have to get on the golf cart and head back into the warehouse and find it.
Right, right.
Hey, well, I think we're probably ready for our first commercial break, huh, Mark?
Yes, we are.
Going on an hour 40? All right.
Hey, it's been a good show so far.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCoNation show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
Hello, everyone. It's your good buddy, your good pal, Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCoNation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCoNation show would like to thank the following patrons: AC's 8-Bit Zone, Alex Gare, Alan Huffman, Brendan Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Kieran Ascom, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Frederick Sigard, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Gernhardt, Henry Strickland, Jason Warrens, Jim Mullis, Jeffrey Drywater, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R.L.N. Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Richard Harding, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, TJB Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., and William Athing. Thank you so much, patrons. If you would like to support the CoCoNation show, sign up at patreon.thecoconation.com.
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
Michael K. says, hello everyone. I was on here with a different account many moons ago. I have a 64K CoCo 2, 2 megabytes CoCo 3, EDS SDC and quad MPI. One other item that I can't remember at the moment. I've dumped Facebook permanently. If you guys find my old account, please delete and use this one. JCCYC says, hiya, my name is Juan C. and I've been kind of a regular in the retro thing for some 15 years now. The CoCo is the platform I'm most familiar with, and I did develop some interesting things for it. I have a wide variety of microcomputers from the classical era, including but not limited to a bunch of MSXs, an Atari 800 XL, CoCos 1 and 2, a ZX80, Commodores 16 and plus 4, 2 TI-99 4As, 2 Matra Alices, a MC10, a Panasonic JR200, and lots more. Nitabrew says, hi, I have a CoCo 3 with multipack, floppy, SCSI drive, serial pack, etc., also 2 repack CoCo 3s. Got my first CoCo, a CoCo 2 around 1990? Been too long to remember. Anyhow, is that enough to get accepted? Thanks. Mi Polex says, hi. My name is Andrew. I'm new to Discord. I had a 32K extended color basic CoCo 1 in the early 80s that was my first computer. I found another one a couple of weeks ago on a marketplace site and snagged it. I've had it apart to clean it and glue the cracked case together. I also trimmed the pots on the RF modulator to clear the image up a bit on channel 4. I'm having some trouble with it now and was hoping to get some advice. The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Frederick Micro Hobbyist Sigard, Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Tandy Color Computer 3, and the CoCoNation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
Welcome everybody to the CoCoNation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Pack Droids. We had a total of 14 players. We had Mike with 1250, Jim Rye 1880, Ed Rhodes 2300, Mr. Dave 6309 2320, Coconut Bob 2520, Sloopy Malibu 3830, Frederick 5140, Retro Rick 5380, Sabhead 6080, Canadian Retro Thing 6480, Jason Warrens 8140, Dr. Ted 8560, L Curtis Boyle 14,090, and this week's number one
surprised I'm
score
not in the
belongs
low
to
scores.
Tasman with 17,130.
You're looking
Thanks
at
for
the score
everybody that
table
played,
upside down.
and we'll see you again next week. Mark, I only see you having put an Annihilator score in on Thursday night.
And the CoCoNation salutes Dr. Ted.
Wrong.
Salute.
Tasman won.
Sorry, Tasman. I got distracted. Another salute for Tasman.
Salute! Keep doing it until we get it right, dang it.
I got distracted.
Okay. I found your score. Sorry, I missed MarkB's score of 1,790. It's just that he had the a different screen that he posted than everybody else. So
troublemaker.
Oh yeah.
You just
I caught it
posted
before it
the-
went to the high score screen.
Yeah, you had the initial screen or something where you're putting your initials in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did
Yeah,
the same thing, and I
so-
quickly replaced it with the better screenshot on mine.
I missed it because I just go through these things quickly. And also, there was a couple of late submissions by Mr. Dave 6309 who increased his score to 3,400, and Ed Rhodes who increased his score to 4,560. So,
All right.
yeah.
Well, so sorry, Tasman. I got distracted.
Yeah. And sorry to Mark B for not putting your score up there.
Yeah.
Don't be sorry.
Hey, I've missed the last couple of weeks anyway.
Yeah, I just thought it was normal that. Okay, so Pack Droids. Thank you to Curtis for pointing me in the right direction for a couple of different reviews of this. So let's start with 80 Micro from January 1983. And let's see if that shares properly.
Yep, we see it.
Yay! Okay, so this reviewer said it is the best Pac Man clone he's seen for the color computer. Something I did not know, because I certainly did not score high enough, is that you get an extra ship and an additional super bomb for 10,000 points, and you get to see a different maze.
It's amazing.
And he basically praised the guy, the Charles Forsyth, who wrote the game, for his use of color on the color computer, especially for the title screen. So there you go, Nick, right up your alley. Somebody used a lot of color for this game.
Higher semi-graphics, baby.
Yeah.
However, the sound is less exciting. As a matter of fact, he kept turning the volume down to lessen the barrage, which is normally what I do on most of these games too. Interesting though, he says it's seemingly slow reaction time when opting for keyboard rather than joystick, and I found it complete opposite. As a matter of fact, in another review, they also found the complete opposite, that they found the keyboard was a lot more responsive than joystick. Also, he complained that you only get 3 men, which is actually an interesting point to bring up about all these old games. Is everybody always went for the
arcade standard.
The arcade standard of having just a few men so that you'd have to put more quarters in, but we're not putting quarters in. So, as he says,
that's
if you're
what
not
cheat
interested
pokes are for.
Yeah, if you're not interested in machine turnover, why not allow for more than 3 plays a game?
Well, everyone knows when pinball games went to a quarter, you got 3 balls for a quarter, so that's the rule.
Yep. And so 3 tries is too few to get anywhere. Pack Droids is one of the better games available for the color computer.
Now, before you close it off, a couple of comments. This is actually, once you get used to the game and the controls, it actually is not too bad. But I wanted to mention the person that did this review, Carrie Leichtman, is actually the person that eventually became the main editor for Color Computer Magazine.
Oh, okay.
The game on challenge, did we do Pack Droids or Pack Droids 2?
There's only one.
Oh.
There's an updated version that starts on a different screen, but
Oh, that was a hack job somebody did?
yeah, there was a hacked version that started on a different screen. So
okay.
Now for Dragon User from November of '83, they didn't really say a lot about it. Let's see if I can zoom that up a little bit. Considerably more advanced than regular Pac Man. Now he says you can lay mines in the path of your pursuers, but they lay mines in your path.
I read that too, and that's what I thought I remembered, but that's wrong. The aliens do. You can blow up the mines.
Lay mines. You can shoot the mines, but they lay them. And it's a good value, more interesting to play than a standard Pac Man game. All right, let's move on to. Can I get to the next one? Just wait. There, Rainbow from. Let's see, this is November of '82.
Yeah, so it's closer to the actual release date because it was released in '82.
And I found it quite interesting that this reviewer loves the title pages on video games. Finds the title pages to be extra special. As a matter of fact, he thinks that sometime in the next century, there's going to be art critics who will build reputations on being experts on early computer title page art.
Erico Monteiro.
Yeah, which is, I just found that interesting because there is a lot of people that really do find, especially on the old games, either the box art or the title screen art that a lot of people.
Yeah.
A feature that he liked over the arcade game, or that the arcade game could use, is a combination of audio video signals that show you how much time you have until the next player starts. Also, there's both audio there's video. You have a video queue. He doesn't mention it, but you do have a video queue of seeing how long you have to get the ghosts before your shield thing.
Yeah, it's almost like a little power bar that goes down until the ghosts will, switch back.
And here he says the keyboard arrows are more effective in controlling the action than the joystick.
Totally agree.
But he also says somebody did find the opposite, that the joystick was more controllable. Nobody came even close to the 10,000 points needed for a new screen. So Pack Droids packs plenty of challenge, even for the joystick jaded. So went through easily. This is also, he's saying here that you really have to give this game a chance, because I went through it easily 24 Pack Droid games before they felt like they even had any control of it. The payoff on the initial frustration in learning comes in having a game that will put your skill to the test long after you become a veteran computer combatant. So
I would agree with that, because I'd forgotten how to play it, and I did really crappy the first little while, and then I started to get the hang of it again, and when you should fire your bombs instead of trying to just dodge, and then you start getting better and better at it, and then I did make it past 10,000 onto the next maze and stuff, and then now I forgot who got the highest score here, because Mark confused me with 2 of them.
Tasman did. Actually, you had the high score up until about 3 minutes before I closed the thing down, and Tasman posted a score right at the last minute that beat yours.
Yep. Which I'm sure you silently cheered.
And Jim Rye said he found a better payoff was just quitting playing the game.
No, it grew on me again, like it did back in the day, because I remember being frustrated the first time I played it back when we got a distributed backup copy. And I think the club actually purchased one afterwards. We did pay for a legitimate one, but it takes a good, like you said, 2 dozen games until you start to get used to controls. Like on the keyboard, you have to lead. Like if you want to turn down and the direction you're going, hold it early so that you take the corner properly. Otherwise, you might miss. And there's a bit of a delay if you try to reverse directions. You have to take that into consideration. Once you get kind of used to it, then it's actually quite a lot of fun.
Yeah. No, it's yeah, it wasn't a horrible game, but I mean, it certainly I wouldn't say it was the best Pac Man game I've played, but yeah, it was different enough that it made it slightly interesting.
Not the most glowing review I've heard, but
no, but I mean,
yeah.
I've played a lot worse, so
yeah, I like the unique aspects of it. I like a Pac Man. First of all, you can shoot back. That's my favorite part. Here comes the ghost. I'm nowhere near a power pellet, or I've finished them all off. Screw it, I'm going to kill him. Of course, it kills your power kills and stuff itself too, so that's kind of bad.
The one thing I didn't like about it was I just felt it was a little quick off the start. Like maybe the first maze or something could have been a little bit slower just to give you a chance to get used to it and kind of
it's like your finger better be on that left button when it starts.
Yeah, you're dead immediately if you're not playing like.
Yeah, in my case, I always held the down arrow to go down immediately.
Well, you have to. That's the only way. Any other direction you go, you get killed.
Yeah. I do remember one of the complaints back in the club days when we were playing it as one of our at meetings and stuff here is there were some complaints that the maze is too small, and that's one of the problems too. Compared to a regular Pac Man, which has a lot of different mazes, a lot of different corners you can go through. This is a very restricted because it's a lower res and it's quite wide, corridors and stuff here. So it's like playing like an eighth of the maze of a real Pac Man game, and that was a complaint some of the people back then had. I don't know if anybody else had that experience because it almost felt cramped because you had not that much place to maneuver, especially when you had one of the blue guys and four of the red guys. The maze isn't that big to hold of you, and there's a couple mines thrown in. Your maneuverability is pretty
the time to use one of your shots when there's lots of guys on the screen. Don't waste your shots with just only one or two guys on the screen. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, my only complaint was it was just a little hectic off the start. It never gave you a chance to actually figure the game out.
Yeah, that's where they're playing it a couple dozen times. Like I started getting better where I'd get scored like 5,000 to 8,000 every time. Yeah. Like it wasn't a problem, but it did take a while to get to that point.
And especially if you're a young kid or something trying that game, it's just going to be frustrating and you're going to quit.
Well, I don't know. I had better reflexes back then. I didn't take as much time to get used to it.
Okay, if you're an old fart, you're just going to get frustrated and you're going to
quit.
There
you go. Nailed it.
But yeah, that's basically my only tip and trick for the game is don't waste your shots until there's lots of bad guys on the screen and go down immediately when the maze starts because otherwise you're dead.
Yep. And the red guys track you, so you can sometimes use like say the bottom quarter in the first screen because you have an entrance way on the far left, far right, and in the middle, so you can kind of guide them to gather them up for a power pellet where you can just nail them all in a row type thing.
Yeah, and they don't go through the I guess in Pac Man it's called a warp zone. Through to the other side of the screen, do they?
I can't remember if they do or not.
I don't think they do.
I don't think they favor it. I can't remember if they absolutely never do it or not. Yeah, you might be right. I can't remember.
I can't remember now. Like I don't recall ever seeing them use it, but
yeah, and getting the different mazes as you get further in the game is kind of nice too. I mean, when you just do the first screens, it's the same maze but just a different colored border. But once you get past the 10,000, I didn't realize it was 10,000 points. I thought it maybe was so many screens, but the maze changes is actually kind of a nice because it kind of combines a bit of Miss Pac Man with Pac Man. Plus, you can shoot back a little bit with the smart bomb or whatever the heck they call it.
Yeah.
I wasn't disappointed with the sound effects, though. I don't know what the guy was talking about. It had good explosions, and those sounds were fine with me.
Yeah, well, I don't know. What did anybody else that played the game think of it? Come on, people.
Or have any tips.
Or tips and tricks.
Scott Cooper in the chat is mentioning he would go left at the beginning and try to develop a pattern. Not sure if patterns work 100%.
I died every time I went left, so.
No, there's no other way. You can't go on the left. I don't see how you can.
Well, you can, but
there's one thing that I don't like about the game also is the fact that when you want to turn a corner, you're sort of skipping a beat right there. So they catch up to you automatically. You can't outrun them or you can't keep the same pace if you're going around in circles.
So corners are a penalty.
I know there's that bit of the delay when you hit the key to change direction. So if you hit it a little bit late, it would pause. But you can stay ahead of them. I've led one right in my butt all the way around the maze until I got to a fire pill.
If you hit the key ahead of time, like if you pre-hit the key and hold it down, I don't think you get any kind of a penalty going around the corner.
Yeah, but you have to do that where you have to hold the key to lead to the corner. You can't wait till you get to the corner then do it because then you lose a frame of movement.
Maybe it's an XROR problem and VCC doesn't have that issue. I don't know. I'll have to show.
Oh, maybe. By the way, the author of XOR says I died every time I did anything. So he had a worse experience. Yeah, I did. Did you try an XOR, Ken, just to see if it did react?
I did not.
I didn't.
No. I tried it on real hardware, though, and
no difference with VCC?
And on VCC, and they seem to be fairly close.
That'd be an interesting experiment. Yeah, as 60 mentioned, this is true. That's the opposite of Pac Man, then, where cornering actually gives you the advantage. And he's right, because on Pac Man, the arcade game, if you go around a corner, you actually skip ahead of frame because it kind of jumps you around. And this definitely did not do that. I think it just maintained the same speed. But if you waited until you got to the end of the corner to turn, because you can actually stop in this one, you don't have to continuously move like Pac Man, then you would fall behind and get hit. Yeah.
Well, when I died, that's the place I died, was in the corner.
Me, it's usually like I try to turn around to shoot one of the, say, the blue, the invincible guy was chasing me, and I'd go to turn around, hit my bomb, and then I'd, not have that wait until I actually turn because it is a bit of a delay on the keyboard. So I'd shoot the other direction so it hit nothing, and then turn around and run right into him. So that never worked well.
Yeah, definitely a game where you have to get
used to it.
Little delays and stuff, but yeah.
It'd be better if it didn't have those delays. I totally will agree with that. But I got used to it within an hour, so it was.
Well, that's an interesting problem because XY vertically and horizontally is inherently faster than making the diagonal. The diagonal is a little longer, but then the hitboxes as someone rides past you makes up for that difference. So how do you adjust the speed of the player running to make up for the fact that the hitbox? If you go all the way to the corner and then you step right, you've made 2 steps, but you've only moved 1 step to the right as far as the thing chugging along behind you is concerned. It's
yeah. Like I said, I don't remember it actually screwing that up for me. Like I could keep the same pace as my chaser. I could stay one ahead of him the whole way.
I mean, I did. I certainly did get killed in the corners a few times, but that's because I just didn't hit the key soon enough
ahead of time.
Exactly right.
Turn the corner quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, you do have to anticipate and hit the key to turn at least a frame ahead.
But it's definitely not the only Pac Man game where you have to do that.
Yeah.
I just mentioned it because I've been working on like a open room walk around kind of thing, and man, that little bit of scale difference between on the horizontal vertical versus on the diagonal is just a total. How do you bodge around it? You've got to do it one way or another, Apparently the arcade one, they just made you go a little faster around the corner so you didn't get caught by mistake.
Yeah, which I think both, well, obviously Glenn Hewlett's transcode does the same thing, but I think, Nick, you did the same thing too. You actually implemented that in your version.
I think I did, yeah.
Because that's a main strategy of the arcade game is that you take corners faster than the ghost, so you can get away from the red ghost, for example, if you're taking a lot of corners in a row type thing. I have no other tips or strategies.
Nope, neither do I. And I guess if nobody else has anything to say, and I don't see anything in the chat. That's the word I'm looking for.
I was waiting for
So-
Ron Delvaux to give us his scathing review of it, but
Yeah, Ron, what did you think of this game? Come on. We know how you're a closet game player. No, he didn't like it.
He was
No, I
traveling
don't-
this week.
I don't play it. I was traveling. That's true. I was in Ohio all week.
All right, well then I guess we will move on to Annihilator. So, I know a lot of people were having a few problems with Annihilator in the hitbox of it, because you definitely have to hit the bad guys dead center. Otherwise, it looks like the shot's going right through them.
I
If
would
it's
change that a little
too
bit. I
high
would
or
say
too
you have to
low?
hit them dead center on their head.
Is that-
Because
I always
the
thought it was
legs
body.
basically don't kill them. If you shoot them in the legs, it doesn't kill them.
Yeah, that's what I've seen. You have to hit him on the top.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And you still can miss. The hitbox still sucks, but it's
Yeah, the hitbox sucks.
you got a
And
75% chance if you hit him in the head. You got a 0% chance if you hit him in the feet.
It's keyboard control, so you can only shoot in the direction that you're moving.
Yeah. The biggest flaw in this game is that it doesn't update the alien on the screen when you're moving left to right at high speed. So it'll blink out of existence, and then you suddenly run into it because it'll detect the collision, but it hasn't actually been drawing the alien the whole time, so you don't know where the heck it is.
Yeah.
That's the biggest flaw in the game. I mean, this is a magazine game. It was
I
dirt
will
cheap, so-
say that that's because the aliens have cloaking technology.
Oh, there we go.
It was a feature, not a bug.
Because there's so many times I overran it. Like I saw on the radar, okay, he's ahead of me. Hold down the arrow, bang, I'm dead. You know, I didn't even see him until I died.
That's why I found that the best thing to do is to get not right onto the same screen as them, but get close to them, then stop and let them come onto the screen and shoot them.
Yeah, my favorite one was actually follow them to kill them, because then you're both going the same direction. You get a bit more time
Yeah.
to react. You can line up the shot, especially if they're just moving straight horizontal. That I found a lot easier than trying to gather them. Of course, you have to
Well-
watch the radar for when coming the other way might kill you at the same time.
I also did find though that when you're following them, they can go off the screen at one level, and if you just move forward a little bit, when they're redrawn on the screen, they're like at a totally different level.
Yeah, that
Because
is true.
it's jumped them up or down depending on which direction they were going.
Yeah,
So-
well, they have certain patterns. Some of them just do straight horizontal. Some of them
but
do the
it's
up
very
and down.
hard.
And
It can
yeah.
be very hard to line up the shot on those ones because
Correct.
you're right at like just above their level, and you move forward just a little bit to shoot them, and all of a sudden they're like way above you. So it's like, oh crap.
The other main problem with the game for me is how much it slows down if you get too many aliens on the screen. And there's not that much graphics being moved. It should not be quite that slow. So I'm assuming Doug, when he wrote it, was just learning assembly. Like, a lot of us,
Yeah.
had issues where you didn't know all the tricks yet. Well, like I said, it's a magazine game. It cost you $5 along with 9 other programs at the same time. So I
So
would.
you got your money's worth.
Yeah, yeah. It's like it's a very simplified Defender.
Yep.
I guess the other one, the standard Defender one, gather as many aliens on the screen at once. Use your smart bomb. There's one trick.
That works good. Definitely works in the higher levels when you get a whole bunch of them on the screen right at the start and just smart bomb them so you can spread them out a little.
Yeah.
So you're not dodging them.
And I still
because-
love the intro rolling up credits where it says they're harmless, but you want to kill them anyway, just like flies. That was my favorite part of the game.
So Michael Zwiffel says it's not his favorite. I'm assuming he's talking about this game. Annihilator.
Could be talking about either of them, actually.
Yeah, he
'cause it
could be
seems
talking
like-
about either of them. I mean,
I don't mind Pack Droids. I don't hate that game, but Annihilator's a little bit.
Well,
little bit
we're
off.
we're gonna see soon if I can keep the streak going of games that people hate. So
So far, so good.
but I don't know. There's not a lot to say about Annihilators because it's pretty simple. So, then does anybody else have anything they want to say about it? Or
No, maybe throw up some live play if you want to. So if anybody who didn't get a chance to watch last week's show or came to the Game On Challenge actually knows what these games are we're talking about.
well, I'm about to bring up the Thursday night game. So
Michael says yes, that game. So it still doesn't answer if he's talking both or just one.
So here we go. You can see there's a couple people playing each game. So one thing I guess about Annihilator 2 is that the aliens move up and down faster than you do. So
yeah,
you've got to
or
be
at least the
careful.
same speed, so you can't catch up to them until they come the other direction.
And you've also got to be careful about trying to get away from them. But yeah, since I don't think Sloopy's here, is he? I haven't seen him sneak in. So I will talk about Thursday night's show. There's 6 or 7 of us usually playing. There was a lot of insults being thrown at both these games.
Very light.
Did the 2 parts get combined, or is this still a 2-parter?
This is a 2-parter because this is the second part. I don't.
Oh yeah, I should mention. Yeah, we had a bit of a glitch with
yeah,
OBS or Restream. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're actually already almost an hour, and when we're only on the stream here, like 5 minutes in, we're actually almost an hour into the stream already. So, yeah, we were playing, we were having fun. We should have had more people there. I guess I've got to choose better games if we want to get more people there. But so if you want to join us, it's Thursday nights. Anybody can join. It's in the Discord channel for the Game On Challenge Live. You can just hang out and be in voice chat, or you can play games, or you can be in the audience on one of the Twitch or YouTube. So, and that's at 8 o'clock Eastern time, Thursday nights. So,
yep. By the way, Mike Zweffel said Pac Droids was a lot better. So he prefers Pac Droids over Annihilator.
okay. So, does anybody have any questions about the gameplay they're seeing on the screens here?
Well, on the lower right, you can see the guy was keeping ahead of the
Yeah.
the aliens going around corners, so that's definitely is possible.
But then dying when you ran out of shield and gotten greedy about trying to pick up bad guys.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess I will show you what the new game is going to be.
Is this part of your hate streak?
Yep.
Detroit 7.
Oh no, I don't hate you guys that much.
Predator 3.
It's another old one.
Oh, I don't mind this one.
Actually,
I would
don't mind it
recommend
either.
if you have a CoCo 3, run it at the double speed poke, though.
Yep. It's and we're going to be playing this on skill level 4.
And you don't care which firing mechanism, because there's 2 options there, too.
Well, that was something I was going to bring up to you that maybe you know, because there is the option, if anybody doesn't know, this is a clone of Xevious.
Yeah. So
you've got both shooting forward and bombing. That's what the little cross is for, where you're bombing to. Now, when I was playing it, if I hit that I had a 1 joystick or 1 button joystick, the fire button only dropped bombs. I couldn't figure out how to shoot forward. But then if I hit that I had a 2 button joystick, 1 button just both shot and dropped bombs.
Wait a sec, you actually had an option for 2 button joystick? Because this is released several years before the CoCo 3. There was only 1 button joysticks. There's 2 firing methods.
So what's on the archive has got a bit of a hack.
Somebody's hacked it then.
So
okay.
Use the 2 button joystick option that's on there.
Yeah, because on the original, I'm trying to remember. I can't remember what the difference between the 2, but there was, if you did a quick press and release of the button, it would fire your shots. If you held it down, it would bomb, and you'd have to alternate between them. And then the other one, I think, maybe even had a keyboard option for the bombs or something. I can't remember. I haven't played that in a while.
Well, it's hacked a little bit, so I think, because it does have an option for a 2 joystick button or 2 joysticks, but
yeah, because the original has an option for 2 different firing methods, but it's not a 2 button joystick.
Okay.
But it does play a bit slow. So if you have a CoCo 3, do the poke 65497, 0 after you load Emmet and then exec it, and it'll run at a fairly decent clip then. I mean, the original game scrolls by pretty slow too, but it's quite slow in this one.
Yeah. So, anyways, I will show the name of this.
By Spectral Associates, written by Ryan Olson, if I remember correctly.
Devious.
Yep. I did not find any devious source code on that hard drive that Brian found, unfortunately. This would have been one I wouldn't have mind going in and speeding up.
Yep. So, there you go. That's the game for the next 2 weeks.
I'd say you broke your bad game streak. I actually quite like this one. And as you travel further, you get to see more things like tanks and indestructible spinning sheets of metal like the original arcade games.
It's a lot like it's quite based on the Xevious. So
yeah, just not as colorful. Like the original one has gorgeous backgrounds for the time.
Yeah,
scrolling by, which
this one's more like almost like wire graphic type.
Yeah, it's like line art with some shapes. But you do have the little master ships you got to blow up and stuff. And yeah, I always had fun with this one. This was one that was pretty popular in our club back in the day, actually. We bought this one, too. We weren't always pirates.
And as I said, we're playing on skill level 4 because that's also because it's a slow game. If you don't use the speed up poke, skill level 4 starts it off a bit.
Yeah, because I'm trying to remember, was there even a skill level in the original one? I'm going to have to dig mine out again. Because I haven't tried the one in the archive. I wasn't aware it had, 2-button joystick support and all this stuff, because that's definitely not what the original game has.
Let me just see. I got this guy here. I've got his website up. I just have to find where Devious is.
I don't think Chronology Gaming's hit it yet. No, just kidding.
Yeah, you don't mention anything about skill levels or anything in it, so I'm sure it's a bit of a hacked version. So
yeah, it must be. I'll have to try it then, because I don't think I've ever tried the hack version. I just always played it off my own floppies that had the original distributed backup of the club's archives.
All right. Well, there we go.
I like your new rating scale. 5, really bad. 1, really great. 0, we bought it.
Yeah, this one's for me was a fun one, and the double speed up poke in the CoCo 3, that was like a free upgrade to the game, because then it played at a much better clip. And Ron, it's by the same people that did Defense, so you should try it. Anyway, Thursdays.
Else, yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to mention.
Be there.
Yeah.
I posted
Maybe didn't run to a wild
join the
Sloopy.
Discord.
And next week I'll try not to miss Mark's score.
Promises, promises.
At least you didn't count those people that threw in scores after the cutoff there that were trying to sneak some in. And
I was already in bed when they were sneaking scores in.
Okay, then. So do you want me to go straight on to Game On News? There's actually not a lot this week. I was hoping Nick was going to be part of the segment when he went and talked about his project update here before we even got to the Game On Challenge. So.
Yeah, I can run your intro.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCoNation News with L Curtis Boyle.
Yeah, there's a comment in the chat. I'm thinking it's talking to Bob Emery here, just before I get into the news. Erroneous is asking, is this Bob's updated keyboard? So I'm assuming Bob is putting together a keyboard on the stream. Probably can't see because I'm sharing. Okay, so game on news. Like I said, not a heck of a lot today. So the first one is Jim Jewett, who just rejoined the.
I can answer that question real quick,
go ahead,
Curtis.
Yep.
So I'm just cleaning a CoCo3 keyboard, and my keyboard is just sitting underneath it. So just cleaning a stock nasty one.
Okay, so the one underneath is the one that's custom.
Yeah.
Well, that keyboard's looking pretty good.
It's getting there. It was nasty.
Right? Well, have you cleaned out under the space bar yet? Inquiring minds want to know.
No, don't share that video though, because I ate before the show. So
don't share that one.
No. I got a worse one.
Okay, so back to Game On News. So Jim Jewett, who just rejoined the CoCo community within the last couple of months, actually, and he's been finding a lot of his old discs of games that some of he completed, some of he got halfway through. Some of them he's kind of like picking them back up and working on them again. And this is one of those. So he says, finally ready for trials. I've uploaded his missile game, positioning the aiming reticle using the mouse and pressing either 1 or 2 to fire countermeasures from the first or second tower. So basically a missile command style game. This has a unique, so the incoming missiles actually will curve as they're coming down. So it's not just you calculate the line and you can fire. You have to kind of react a bit more in real time. And we showed a video of that actually, I think last week. So anyway, he's got the first public version of it available. If you want to try it, you can go to the Color Computer group on Facebook in the files section, and it'll be called missile.disk version 1. After that week, Jim Gary came out with 2. One was just this morning. So the first one is an MC10 port of a game called Dodge 'em, which was originally published by Creative Computing Magazine way back in March of 1977. So this even predates the TRS-80 Model 1. And it was originally written by Mac Oglesby. And it's if you're thinking it's the arcade Dodge 'em, no, it's not. Has built-in instructions. And you get a little, 4x4 playing grid. And I'll skip the directions, show a bit of gameplay. I guess you can adjust the board size too. And I actually haven't played it, so I don't really know too much about it. I think it's one of the ones they published in one of their 101 basic programs, or basic games that Creative Computing made a couple volumes of. I seem to recall the title, and I almost recognize the name too, so I'm pretty sure I had seen it before. But it's completely text-based, which a lot of the ones, from the early to mid-70s were done with. The second one he just released this morning is a port of a game called Bally's Alley, originally written by John Collins in 1980, and this was actually for the Bally Astrocade, which is a home video console that actually had, I think, the best port of Wizard of War, though they had to rename it, even though Bally owned the original, which never made sense to me. Don't ask me. I have no idea why they did that.
Valley Arcade versus Valley Home. Yep.
Yeah. So this one here, I'm trying to remember. The Bally Astrocade did have a basic cartridge option, because I think this was actually a listing in a magazine, and I think the comments that Jim put here is that the only copy he's ever seen is the listing. Like, he hadn't found a tape or anything with it. So he basically ported it to the MC10 off of a printout, is what we're trying to say here. Now I'm kind of interested what the Bally Astrocade Basic was like.
All right.
And like I said, he just put this out this morning, so I haven't had a chance to watch any of this video. I just linked it up, and looks like you got a command list of 6 different commands. Almost like a adventure game. It looks like you're at in-house drop trays here, living room. Very abbreviated. And this will run in a 4K machine. It should mention that as well. So a stock MC10 or stock Alice with 4K will run this. So it looks like it's in a really early adventure game that's got everything pared down as much text-wise as possible to get it to fit. Like your room description is like you're at garden. So,
There you go.
and you got 6 commands you can do. It looks like there's not that's not even a verb noun style thing. So, but yeah, I didn't remember the Ballet Astrocade had a basic, so that's kind of cool.
I think someone who owned one of these 1K, 4K size computers, a game like this would have been awesome.
Yeah. I've seen some that actually use like the LEDs, like what's the really old ones, like the Altairs and stuff, and they have the little hex LED readout, and they would actually draw stuff, and you'd have to scroll every 4 letters to read an adventure game. So it was
adapting to the limitations of the hardware.
Yeah, and that was a bit too much for me. I don't think I'd want to do that, but I hats off to the diehards that did that back in the day. And next after that is the last one for the Game On News. So Marco Spitaletto, who's an Italian who's also the creator of UG Basic, otherwise known as Micro Games Basic. This is a cross-platform hosted on Windows, but you can export to Atari 8-bits and Spectrums and CoCos and all kinds of machines. Has produced a new entry for the 10-line basic programming contest. Now, we did one, I think, last week or the week before that he posted about. And he's actually put up the links here. You can give it a shot. So it's called Beauty Contest. And his description of it is the aim of the game is to win a beauty contest competition against 4 other participants equipped with artificial intelligence that learns from experience. And he's officially entered this one in the basic 10-liner 2025 competition, which is run out of Germany. And we talked about that before as well. This is in the extreme 256 category, which means you can absolutely fill that line up as much as you possibly can. There's some other little more limited ones where you're only allowed to run like 80 columns or something like that, or 128. So, and it uses specific CoCo 1, 2, and 3 features. Now, he's done this before where the CoCo 3 actually gets some enhanced graphics, better palettes, maybe better resolution, etc. So I haven't had a chance to run this one. I don't know if anybody in the panel has, but it's cool that he's been making all these entries for the 10-liner contest, which, gives some CoCo entries for it too. I know Jim Gary's submitted some stuff as well, and a few others have done it so in the past. I haven't checked the tally of what all's up on the competition at this point to see if anybody has added some more CoCo or MC10 stuff besides Jim, but and Marco, of course. So anyway, yeah, if you want to give it a shot, it also is a good way to just take a look at what the latest version of his compiler is doing, because he's adding stuff to it like literally every week. So I'm only going to be doing updates on it probably every few weeks, because otherwise I would be doing this as a regular segment. He does so much to it.
Right.
But and sometimes it's just bug fixes and stuff too. Like if you're doing a cross compiler to multiple machines, you might fix something to make something work better on the Atari and then break something on the CoCo and the Dragon or something. So sometimes it's just fix ups. But he's been doing a fair bit of stuff. He's got more and more CoCo 3 support. He's been working on sound to get that improved, so it's not just a standard, tones that we get with sound or the play command, but actually something that has a bit of an envelope and sounds more like a real musical instrument. And I think he was talking about possibly doing like multi-voice and things too. So anyway, thanks to him for creating the compiler and actively working on it. I know we just released a new version of the manual because there's been so many updates to what the compiler can do, what keywords are in there, which ones apply to which platforms. So there's an actual whole new manual to download if you want to get into it. I know Erico Monteiro has been actually having a lot of fun with this. So and I think R. Alan Murphy has as well. So definitely, if you guys want to give it a shot and come on the show at some time and kind of give us a quick demo on what you can do with it, how easy it is to use, etc. Love to have that happen. Okay, so let's switch to a different window. I think I'll go through the upcoming shows next. But I should put it on the early show first. There we go. Okay, you guys should be seeing the SDF Public Access Unix System Presents at the top.
We are.
Oh, good. Had such a jumble windows here, I couldn't tell what the heck I clicked. So anyway, this is the one that wants to become VCF once again, hopefully. Basically, during COVID, it got really shut down and kind of lost its VCF status, which is too bad. But they actually have been resurrecting the show. So it's now called the Interim Computer Festival. This is happening at Intraspace in Seattle, Washington from March 21st to the 23rd. So literally 1 month from now. And this was formerly VCF Pacific Northwest, so hopefully they'll get their status back. I know Mark has been to this one. I know Ken has been to this one. They have actually sent us some live footage from their 4-hour photos, etc. Seemed to be a pretty
Tandy
decent
burrito.
one.
Yep.
Yep. Attendance, I think, is a bit lower as far as VCFs go. I don't know if maybe that's why they haven't got full status again. I'm not sure what the criteria is for that. I don't know if you know, Mark, or not.
I don't know offhand. I just know that they'd kind of like to go that direction, but they probably need a little bit more space, actually, because it is a pretty small room.
Yeah, I think you mentioned last week that they need to upsize because it's getting a bit too full.
Yeah, it's pretty packed.
And it does say here 6 participants and 1 volunteer have officially been on there. I believe Mark is one of them down here somewhere.
I am.
Stephen Jones. Josh. No idea.
Very bottom.
This one here?
There we go. Nope.
DOS
up one.
networking? Oh, up one. Okay, you're doing your classic networking, or sorry, networking on classic computers.
Yes. So I got the FujiNet, of course, now. I've got the network card for the Apple II and also the C64 NIC Plus for the Commodore 64.
Are you going to be showing off the one you and Brett have been working on, that isometric 3D CoCo 3 one?
Yeah, I've showed that a little last time I was there a year ago. So.
Oh, okay. Cool. Next up after that, just not, 2 weeks afterwards, is VCF East, April 4th to the 6th. And this one definitely has a CoCo-centric focus this year. There's an entire set of scheduled classroom stuff with CoCos, such as Henry's mentioned before. It's going to be emulator-based just because it's easier to manage. There's a bunch of stuff for beginner, intermediate, advanced, basic. There's some machine language. There's some FujiNet stuff in there. There's all kinds of stuff. And a lot of these classes are repeated different days. So if you want to spend one day looking at the show floor and, visiting all the booths and the vendors, etc., you can then attend the classes, next day. And you're not missing something that you just never can go watch again, type thing, like say CocoFest does, or a lot of the fests do, because there's just so many different seminars and stuff. You just can't catch everything at once. This actually does give you an opportunity to catch something on a different day or a different part of the day. And I don't think there's many changes to the classroom here, but you can see some examples here. On Friday, there's like advanced CoCo basic and intro to the CoCo and FujiNet, and beginner assembler, and some intermediate beginner assembler again. So you can basically catch the ones you missed previously. And the classes are going on all 3 days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Yeah, Friday's a good day to catch the classes because the exhibitor spaces don't open until Saturday.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's actually a good point.
You get there on Friday. The folks who show up on Friday for VCF East are the people who are really like into the tech stuff, want to really nerd out, and they'll go there and watch the talks, or they'll go to the classrooms. So if you've got Friday to go there, hey, great. But just understand that if you do go there, nothing really opens up as far as exhibitor space or the consignment area until Saturday.
Okay, that's good to know. I should also mention it's at the Info Age Science Museum in Wall, New Jersey. And any updates from you on the CoCo classroom stuff, or basically the same?
They're happening. One thing that we can say is we don't expect Tom to be able to make it for the FujiNet stuff. I may be covering that, but I've got a feeler out to Tom to see what needs to be covered, what did he covered last time, and I'll see how much of that I can manage to do. I mean, I in no way, shape, or form can replace Tom's depth of knowledge, but if I get a cheat sheet, I can at least look it up and try and figure it out.
Okay. Now, are you expecting to have the new direct board, no serial bit banger stuff on it to show off at this point?
At this stage, I'm going to say that's a definite probably not.
Okay.
I'm still working on my end. I'm still working out the getting the darn thing just interfaced through the Pico, and I've got cartridge emulation working, but I haven't checked out the actual port addressing, the IO port addressing yet. We'll see where that goes. That's coming up in not the video that I released yesterday, because that was the video that I released yesterday was on the gaming thing that I went to.
Yeah, we'll be covering that a bit later.
Yeah. The next video that I'll be releasing will be on interfacing the CTS and interfacing the SCS and whatnot. And maybe something will be working. I don't look to have it fully functional.
Oh no, I wasn't wondering if it was going to be full functional. I just thought you might have it far enough to actually just show it working without the bitbanger dongle. But
Yeah, I'm not even sure that I'll have it that far yet, but I'll see
Okay.
what happens. I might.
you never know. I did want to mention there was a comment here from William Anything in the chat here. We're talking about the Bally Astrocade and programming basic for Jim Gary's port. And he says, my uncle had the Astrocade and the basic cartridge. I typed in some basic programs on it. And then he puts in all caps using a 10 key keypad. So you didn't even have letters on there. You have to like punch through and, it's like typing in, what do they call it on T9 on the phones back in the day? That kind of thing. Oh boy, would that be annoying. So my heart's out to you, William, on that one. That's a tough one. I don't think I would have learned basic if I had to do it that way. Next up after that, we have the Manitoba Retro Computer and Gaming Club for their quarterly meetup. It's at the Fort Rouge Leader Center in Winnipeg, Manitoba on April the 12th, same place as it was last time. This particular round, last round in January, was basically specializing on Tandy Radio Shack and TRS-80s and all kinds of stuff, from CBs to robots to whatever. This time around, it's actually themed around the Commodore 128, but there's a variety of machines and software and hardware to show off. So I know it was a lot of fun. It was one I do plan on going to again, since it's not too far of a drive for me. I'm just not sure when I'll next be able to go. Next after that is the 33rd annual Chicago CocoFest. I refuse to say last because we know it's not. This has been shifted down one day so that it's Friday and Saturday, with Sunday being kind of the pack up day and leave. That was due to a lot of vendors and visitors having issues trying to get plane flights back and missing, seminars or missing, talking to vendors and stuff there because they'd already packed up and left on Sunday. So now it's on Friday, Saturday is basically when the big action happens. And it's at the same place it was last year, which is the Holiday Inn and Suites at Carroll Stream, Illinois. Hotel rooms at the special CocoFest rate are on, and you can apply for any time between May 2nd and 5th. So you want to extend it a couple days so your significant other, can go check out Chicago proper itself. You can do that and still get the room discount. And you'll need to use a group rate code of G30 to get that rate. And the special rate ends on April the 7th. So you got just about a month and 2 weeks or 3 weeks to apply and get that rate. And I should mention the booking for the tables has definitely been filling up. So here's the main floor. And you can see there's only, as of earlier this morning, there was only 2 tables left on the main floor. And that's 33 and 34 here. And some of the auxiliary room and hallway stuff has already been starting to get populated up. So it's filling up fast. Next after that is VCF Southwest in Texas, and this is at the Davidson Gundai Alumni Center at the University of Texas at Dallas. And of course, Dallas-Fort Worth was the home of Tandy itself, so there's a lot of Tandy alumni out there, including Mark Siegel and Jerry Heap and a bunch of others that usually attend the show. So you want to actually say hi and thank you to all of them for making the computers we know and love, then definitely this is the show to go to. And there's also some local vendors out there like Brendan Donahue of CoCo BGA fame, etc. This one here is $20 for an adult for admission, $25 if you buy it at the door. So if you buy in advance, you save $5. Same with students. It's $15 at the door, $10 in advance. And anybody 17 and under is free, which I was going to try to fudge my way through, but I don't think I'd quite get away with that. So tables are $50 if you want to be a vendor. Next after that, I won't play the video because it's just basically showing last year's show, but Boat Fest, which has now been renamed the International Retro Computer Expo, because it was confusing a lot of people who were coming up with where are the boats. You'll still have, John Schaller, Boat of Car Schaller, will still be wearing his captain's hat, I'm sure.
Right.
But this is on July 11th to 13th in Hurricane, West Virginia. And that's about a month later than it has been in the previous years. I think this is the 4th one now. And it's mainly because they were having some conflicts with other shows. Like sometimes it was on the exact same weekend as VCF Southwest or, Father's Day or various other things. So, a lot of people just could not make it. I don't think they've started actually booking yet that I know of, unless Henry or somebody else has known.
They have.
Oh, they have? Okay.
Yep.
Do they have a website set up for it yet?
Let me see if I can pull that. I believe I've got it printed somewhere.
Yeah, if you have the link, just throw it in the chat here, and I'll have it on for next week. So,
Big old awesome tech. There you go.
Yeah, this is definitely a more game-oriented show than most. There's still some hardware stuff there too, but it's definitely, I mean, most of their shows, the Amigo shows, are game-related, so definitely more of a nod to that side of the market industry, or hobby. But it's a lot of fun. I mean, they're just great personalities, and there's some awesome pizza down there, man. I will definitely vouch for that. Next after that, Vintage Computer Festival Midwest, the 20th. And this is the big one. This is the largest retro computer show that I know of. And I don't remember what the attendance was for last year, but it's in the low thousands. And this is happening September the 13th to the 14th at the Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois. So it's not even far from CocoFest, and it's really close to where Rainbow Fest used to be. There's also a lot of collaboration between CocoFest and VCF. Our auctioneer, since Tony Pedraza retired, is actually one of the head guys at VCF. So a lot of us have gone and visited with him and visited them in the VCF warehouse, which is just a candy store for nerds. And I believe, Rick, you went to your very first VCF Midwest this last year. What did you think of it? You're muted.
It's an awesome show. You really need to get there before everyone else does so you can see what's around, because despite the fact it's 1,000 yards in every direction, your horizon's like 8 feet away when the people show up, because you're just buried in the crowd. It's, like you say, the biggest tech show you ever saw. So kind of get there early, wander around to see what you want to look at later, so when you have to swim upstream the whole time, you know where to go. But,
yeah, and you guys had a whole CoCo section this last time, so that's kind of cool too. That multiple people were out there for that.
Yeah, we were right across from the soldering island.
Well, now I don't want to go. That's too scary.
You could have a table next to me, looking at them the whole time.
I'll get one by the food court thing. That's where I'll be. Where's the coffee machine? That's where my booth is.
Oh no, you don't get no free coffee there. No,
yeah,
no.
I've heard that. I'm hoping Ken can bring some or lend me some of his old coffee machines if he still has them from his old job. I'll just set it up at the booth there. I'll make money off that. Anyway, it's a great time. Jason, one of the head guys there, obviously he's at CocoFest every year as an auctioneer and attends the show, and he's just a great guy too. And you'll see a bunch of other people from all over. Like a lot of the more famous retro computer YouTubers are there. Adrian, the 8-bit guy, Taylor and Amy are there. In fact, they have a band now with a few other people as well.
Oh, geez, who do we have? LGR, Crazy Ken. Everybody was there last year. It was pretty amazing.
Yeah. I will make this one eventually. It's not too far in the future, I hope, but it's definitely not going to be this year, unfortunately. I'm still trying to see if I can actually make 2 shows this year, and that's looking a little bit iffy. I'll have to see how work goes, but it's looking pretty good for me to make CocoFest for sure. That's the first love. That's always one I'll prioritize over anything else. Next up after that, and thanks to Henry Gernhardt for pointing this one out, this is definitely a more game-oriented one. It's called the Retro World Expo, and it's flagged as being the Northeast Premier Gaming Expo, so definitely an emphasis on games here. And this is at the Connecticut Convention Center in Hartford, Connecticut, September 12th to the 14th. Last time I checked, the ticket and vendor applications aren't quite ready yet. I don't know if they're, yeah, it still says coming soon. Now this is a gaming oriented show, obviously, and you can see just from the photos that are going by here, there's like arcade games, there's game consoles, there'll be retro computing games as well, but there's also other stuff like, wrestling and stuff there too. So it's definitely a little bit of a different show than we're probably used to. And I have to honestly say myself personally, I haven't been into wrestling since I was like 12, so that doesn't hold an appeal to me, but all the retro game stuff definitely would. Next after that is Tandy Assembly. So that is happening September 26th to September 28th at Springfield, Ohio. Same location as last year, which is at the Courtyard by Marriott in downtown Springfield. This is another one that might have to move fairly soon because it's getting bigger, just like CocoFest has been, and we've had to upgrade to a different place to be able to fit all the people attending. And as you saw, we've just about sold out the main floor already again. And they're having the same growing pains, so they might have to upgrade as well. But this year, coming up, it'll still be in the same place it's been the last few years. And the final one I have is another gaming expo. This is the Portland Retro Gaming Expo from October 17th to the 19th at the Oregon Convention Center in Portland, Oregon. This is one that I can't remember if Ken's been to it or not. I know Tim and AJ have been there. They've actually been an exhibitor there. They're planning on attending it this year, I believe, too, but just as attendees, not as a vendor. But Ken, have you been to this one, or am I remembering that wrong? Or Mark, have you been to this one? Because it's pretty close to you, too.
Yeah, I've not been to this one. It's only an hour and a half for me, but I know the tables are pretty expensive. They're like $125 or $150.
Oh, wow. That's quite a
yeah,
bit.
they're very spendy. Well, for the convention center, I think is kind of spendy. So
let's see what the exhibitor packages are. Well, that's a lot. Maybe they're not quite ready to take. Well, mind you, it's pretty far out ahead of time here, like a good 9 months. But yeah, I had no idea it was that expensive. Wow.
Yeah,
Maybe that's why they're Tim and AJ aren't doing a vendor one and just being an attendee this year.
Yeah, if you're not selling anything, it kind of makes it hard to offset that cost. So
yeah, I'm just taking a look here. So tickets for PRGE 2025 are coming soon. Children between the ages of 3 and 12 require a kids pass, which is valid all weekend. Children 2 and under are free with a paid adult admission. And they got a little bit of a schedule. Don't see any prices, though. Looks like you purchase them online, though. I'm not going to click the links. I have no money to spend at the moment. Anyway, definitely, if you're into the gaming side of things and you're in the Pacific Northwest area or, Western BC or something like that, then definitely one you can take a look at attending there. Maybe not as an exhibitor if it's that expensive. Unless you're actually selling stuff, then it might be worth it. And that's it for the upcoming shows. I'll go into the regular news, which actually filled up a little bit from what I originally thought I was going to have. Okay. So first up, done in his normal humorous way, and hopefully his house reconstruction is going well, but Coco Town returns for his part 2 of 2, as he calls it. The Ignoramus completes his first look at Nitrous 9 EOU on MAME. And one of my favorite parts here is that he actually did OS 9 Inception, because he actually fires up MAME on his local PC, which then runs a CoCo emulator to run Nitrous 9, which then runs, the Flex emulator. So you're running Flex within OS 9 within MAME, and then he switches over to RSB, which means it's running Disk Basic within Nitrous 9 within MAME. So he's almost always 2 levels deep here. I won't play the whole video. You can go check it out. It's over 13 minutes long, but I will play the intro because they're always hilarious, and I just like them. So you guys have to suffer through it.
Hello and welcome to the Nitrous 9 Ignoramus series, Part 2. In the last episode, you saw what it was like when I tried to run Nitrous 9 for the first time, and I bumbled my way around and figured some stuff out and did other things the wrong way. Today we continue that strong tradition of bumbling, and I will play around with some other random apps that I come across. Perhaps some of the most interesting things are some of the cool graphics demos that I find, and running other operating systems within Nitrous 9, which was launched from Radio Shack DOS, which was running within MAME, such as yet more instances of Radio Shack DOS, or Flex. It gets kind of mind-twisty as we go on through our journey. But today concludes the Ignoramus series, and then after today, there will be some more videos that go a bit more in-depth and are a bit better prepared. So if you're curious about some of the more technical details of Nitrous 9, today ain't the day. Today is just another day for some more fun.
And I will mention, I can't remember, was this episode or the previous one, he actually gave a plug to Canadian Retro Things and Ken for doing some, how to set up Nitrous 9 and get it up and running pizza bees too. So, yeah. So I don't know if we mentioned that last time there, Ken, but or if Ken's even still here. Him and Nick might be having a nap. Hey, second up, Voidstar, thanks for posting the link to this earlier in the Discord. He did a blog review of his experience at VCF SoCal. This is the one we had Wade Campbell giving us some live footage from last week. And this, of course, was the VCF that takes place down in Southern California, hence the name. And he gives a fairly full review here with a lot of photos if you want to take a look at some of the stuff. Some of the machines are running some of the exhibit tables, but quite detailed. There's a lot to read here. He's even got some links to other YouTubers doing, video parts of the show here if you want to check that out as well. So there's a lot of stuff to read, a lot of stuff to go view if you want to do it. And it looks like a fun show. This is one I wouldn't mind making it to sometime in the future myself here. But as you can see, there's like all kinds of things. Like here's, some acoustic coupler, nice. Little printer modem thingies and giant towers with wood grain paneling. It's awesome. Now, I think if I remember, Wayne said there was no CoCo exhibitors this time. And I think last year there was a few. I think Fujinet, Henry Strickland was there showing off some of his stuff. And I know everybody can't make it to every show every year, but hopefully maybe Wayne himself will do an exhibit here showing off Basic 09 or something. Anyway, a lot of good pictures, a lot of good reading to do about some of the stuff that he found there. And of course, cross links to other people that actually did more detailed videos on certain parts of the show too. So definitely worth the read. And as usual, if you want to get the links to check these out yourself, all the show notes are on the CoCo Discord. If you go to the group that's devoted to the CoCoNation show, you'll see a news summaries channel, and you can download every week a list of all the stories we cover on the news and also where to find them. Now, Alan Huffman this week has been a very busy boy. He's been digging through a bunch of his old discs and hard drive images and stuff that he did for his CoCo, way back to when he still had his, side quests and zip drives and all kinds of stuff, floppies. And he's been digging out a lot of stuff he himself hasn't seen in a while, and some stuff he completely forgot about. So he's got a whole bunch of blog posts in the Subetha software here kind of talking about this. Now, this is one I remember seeing at one of the shows. I'd never had a copy of it. I've arranged with him to have this on the next EOU. And this was something that was a really cool idea. He was going to take photos and stuff from the shows, and he was famous for doing a lot of the photos for CocoFest, the Atlanta one, the Chicago one. I can't remember if he ever made to the Pacific Northwest one or not. But basically, he would take photos here, and then he'd write a graphical adventure game where he actually would use the photos he took as part of the adventure game. And you can see here, if you're watching on the video version of the show, there's a picture of the Holiday, and it's labeled front desk, and there's a button you can click to, talk to the desk. And then you have a little section here in the upper right that has your directions and which ones you can actually go from your current location. And then a description of the location, and then you see like what kind of objects, and then your actual command. So it's a text adventure game with photos. Like it's not an animated game, but it's actually got, kind of like the old Mark Data or Sands of Egypt or something like that, where it's interactive with the graphics themselves. And he's got a bunch of photos from here. He also talks about some other stuff he was talking about and going into, which I will go into more detail because he actually had a separate blog post for that afterwards. But this looks really cool. And it's all grayscale graphics here in the 640 mode to try to, make it look not too bad, because the colors, I've seen some of the color scan ones, and then the colors you can't really balance all that well. So it looks a bit harder to see. So I'm glad he picked the 640 mode grayscale. And I've never actually played the game. I've just watched a few people play it at one of the CocoFests in Chicago when he had fired it up there. And since I like adventure games, I'm definitely going to check this out. And the plan is on the next release of EOU, this game will be included, so you guys can try it for yourselves too. You even see some pictures of people that are no longer with us, but were instrumental in the CoCo community. So kind of a tribute to them as well. Next up, and he's actually got an update here I hadn't read yet. Talking about using Microsoft Basic with Octal, which a lot of people don't even know is there. So Extended Basic added the ampersand, and then you could put the letter H and do hexadecimal digits rather than just doing decimal. But there's also the ampersand O for Octal. And that is something that I think most people never used. It didn't sound like Alan was familiar with it either. There is a bug in Extended Basic because it allows you to do an ampersand O8. And Octal only allows digits 0 through 7. So it tries to interpret and actually exits with an error. And a friend of mine, when I was originally running my BBS and I didn't have on-air go-to yet, I was trying to make the code as bug-free on its own. So, it wouldn't even need an on-air go-to, I thought. And he figured that bug out, and that's how he broke into my BBS and would drop little remarks and comments all throughout my code. Hi, Curtis. You saw I got in here again, huh? That was Ted Benedictson, if you're listening. But, yeah, he did that to me multiple times. But he did help me, hone down the code, so there was almost no bugs in the code itself. And then eventually I just added the on-air go-to machine language routine to get around the bugs in BASIC itself. But that was one. I actually stayed up till 3 a.m. once to watch to see what the hell was he doing. I was going to school, so I wasn't supposed to be up. And he came to a prompt that was asking for numeric input, and he put %08, and it bombed out with an error immediately. And then he started adding in rem comments on me.
That is a number.
Yes, fun times. Okay, so this is kind of the FOP. You kind of saw a sneak preview. So this is actually a program that is included with EOU now. So if you download EOU 101, I think it's even on 100 if I remember correctly. There was a program that Alan did back in the day because he was attempting to fiddle around with doing some 3D wireframe graphics. And it's called SE Maze. And basically the version that's on there is one where you just have to try to exit out of a maze, and you can hit the question mark to get a map so you can kind of see where you are. But he had further plans for it and had actually started coding some of this. Now, I don't have these versions on there. I just have the basic SE Maze, which is what you see right here. You use arrow keys to wander around. And then you can bring up the map and try to figure out where you are on the map and, figure out where you want to go. Now, he mentions here, and this was cool because I did not know he had planned this. He said, as I mentioned years ago on the site, I had planned with turning this into an OS9 version of the classic Phantom Slayer, which is one of my favorite games of all time. He said, I got as far as having my maze with a phantom in it that would wander around. He actually shows like a little wireframe phantom here in the maze game. And then he was talking about maybe doing a Pac Man game. And he just had a little circle as a prototype ghost, but basically you'd wander around and you can bring up the map of the maze. Now, if you take a look here, this actually has power pellets, and it's actually got the dots, and the maze itself, if you compare, is pretty close to the original arcade maze. And he's comparing it here with the actual arcade screenshot as well. So it proportionally isn't the same, but the basic maze structure is the same. And he's actually kind of hit it on here. Maybe I will get back to finish these off, either making it a 3D Pac Man game. We've got a few of those on the CoCo already, like 3D Ghost. Mania, I think it's called, for the CoCo 1 and 2 is an example of that. But he's thinking about maybe actually coming back and finishing it at this point. So it'd be pretty cool to have a 3D Pac-Man game or even a Phantom Slayer type game on OS 9. So looking forward to see where Alan goes with this, and I'll probably bug him as much as I bugged Nick to get Pinball done. Next up, now this is posted to the CoCo list, and he's going to be doing a blog article on this later, but he's not quite to that point. And he's working on organizing all of the different floppy images and SciQuest images and zip images and IDE images and all kinds of stuff here that he's got collected over the years. And he says, I've started working on my organization project. Here's what I've come up with so far. I have multiple disk images I made from old media, SciQuest EZ135 disks, compact flashcards for the Cloud9 IDE interface, CoCo STC images. I had multiple backs and variations of my EZ135 stuff, and I imaged every disk. One would have been my working disk, and the others would have been backups. As I migrated from one format to the next, I'd copy over my working disk to the new storage. What did I lose along the way? And I've had to go through this in myself here, throw my floppies themselves, and I've found stuff that I totally forgot I had too. So anyway, he's planning on going through this and kind of organizing everything and figuring out how he's going to get everything, kind of amalgamated so that he has a complete set of everything that he has on this various types of old media. And he'll do a full tutorial on his blog site on www.subethasoftware.com and make the scripts that he uses to do all this available. But it's still a work in progress, which is why it's not on the blog now. It was just posted onto the CoCo list. And then next up after that, do you guys recognize this? I'm sure the old timers recognize this. If you read any of the Rainbow magazines, anyway. Really?
Is
Nobody?
this your line? Is this your line checksum thing?
Yeah, that's Rainbow Check, or the later Rainbow Check Plus. So basically what you did, the first column is the line number up to. So if you typed in all the lines in the source code up to line 150, and you had to type them the exact same spaces, comments had to be in there, everything. You had to literally do it. And it does a checksum, and the checksum would return when you hit, I think, the up arrow or something. It would return 104. And if it didn't match that, you knew one of the lines up to there was wrong. So you could, instead of having to go through an entire 32K listing, trying to figure out what the heck did I type wrong, you had these little checkpoints. So you type in up to 150 and you'd edit it and figure out where the problems were until you got the right checksum. And then you type in the next chunk, and then you have to, check for 74. And sometimes you get lucky and you get a chunk done with no errors. And other times you don't.
And that is not a bug. The way that BASIC is on the CoCo, sometimes you need spaces and sometimes you don't. So you really have to do exactly what they did to make sure it works. Yeah.
And I remember when Rainbow bought this out, there was a little bit of a problem with the first version. They brought one called Rainbow Check Plus, and I don't even remember what the change was, but they did something to make it a bit more useful or not as error prone. It might have been like a single digit or single byte versus a double byte checksum or something. I can't remember. At any rate, he was checking, Alan was checking in an issue of Dragon magazine, Dragon User magazine, that was sent to him by user MS-EX8EM. Well, I have no idea who that is. But apparently in the November 1988 issue of Dragon User magazine, there was the equivalent of this, but for entering machine language programs, like data statements for poking in a machine language program. And it was basically doing the same type of thing, though it appears to have been a bit more robust. And Alan recounted, the fact that he typed in zonks by hand and had to figure out how to fix it when it didn't quite work. And I was involved with one doing the William Tell Overture for Computer News, the 32K version of it. And you can tell if it's the one we typed in because we screwed up a couple of notes. We never did bother going back trying to figure out exactly what was, because it was like, I don't know, 8 pages of like 3 columns of 80-column text or something. It was just an insane amount of data statements. And we signed everybody in the computer club, like, you 3 do this page, you 3 do this page. And man, what a chore. And anyway, I guess they had this one for checking the data statements gradually, as did Rainbow Check, so that you could actually make sure. And that because those are actually adding up numbers, if you added extra space and stuff, it didn't get screwed up, unlike with BASIC, because the BASIC one was actually counting rems and the exact spacings and whether you did upper lowercase remarks or whatever else. All that made it different, so you wouldn't match. Where in this case here, it would basically just add the data statements up and figure out the actual binary or the cumulative value, and then figure out if you had done some typing mistakes. So he actually does a little bit of testing with it, seems to really like it, and wish he had that type of thing back in the day, typing in all those data statements. I can agree. I much prefer the fact you can just download them off the net now. That's kind of nice.
Right. Today it'd be a QR code. You just click.
Well, to get the listing maybe, but it'd be pretty honking big QR code to do an entire source code listing.
Don't worry.
Next up, another one from the CoCo list. And actually, the CoCo list has been a little bit buzzing with stuff lately, which is actually kind of nice because it seems to go in phases where there's nothing for 2 weeks. And then all of a sudden there's been like multiple Alan and Juan Castro, in this case, all in the week, and a bunch of responses to him. So he's posted a link to his Dropbox, made available for the newest version of his version of HDB-DOS, which is now 16H. And this includes multiple releases for different hardware. And if you're looking at the screen, you can see the package contents. He's got stuff for Arduino, the Becker port, Cloud9 SCSI interface, CoCo SDC, Disto 4.1 SCSI, Disto HD2, which I think is a SASE one, if I remember, DriveWire 3 for a variety of hardware hookups, IDE for cylinder head sector, the older IDE stuff, or the actual logical sector number for LBA ones, the JNM disk controller, Canton SCSI interface, LRTech controllers. And one thing he's doing, and I think we covered this last week because he had another little update on it, was that he's making CoCo 3 tokens actually work on a CoCo 1 and 2. Not that they'll run, though in some cases now they do. But basically it was to make it so if you loaded a CoCo 3 program, you wouldn't see the little exclamation marks and you had no idea what the heck the command was. This will actually keep the command intact. So when you list it, it'll list properly. You won't be able to run it on a CoCo 1 or 2, but you can actually see it. And if you save it again, it's not going to trash them all like BASIC would normally do on its own. He's got a list of some to-do things, which I'll skip because he's planning on getting them. Summary of changes. All CoCo 3 tokens are recognized, so CoCo 3 basic program will not be garbled upon loading. He's got support for the graphic screens doing P-mode 4 text, so 51 by 24 or 64 by 24, and you can set which one with the width command. So that's kind of compatible with the CoCo 1 and 2, or so the CoCo 3, which has width 40, width 32, width 80, and this now has width 32, width 51, width 64 for CoCo 1 and 2. Locate works as expected. So now instead of having to use print out, you can use the locate command. So if you were trying to write a program, let's say runs on a 40 column CoCo 3 screen, but you're just doing text stuff, you can actually run it on a CoCo 1 or 2 now, because you can actually just tell it to do a width of 51. I mean, you'll not use the far right of the screen then, but then some of the commands that actually change where the cursor is going onto the screen and start printing text actually work the same on both. So the translation's a lot easier. He's got dir output, which uses the available screen width, so it actually will expand or contract depending on how wide the screen is. He's got the timer long function, timer L, which is basically similar to the timer is now, except it actually will do 32-bit number instead of just a 16-bit timer. And since that's once of every 60th of a second, that's about 18 odd minutes on a CoCo 1 or 2, or on the original timer 16-bit function. But now you can get up to 1 year and 49 days. I don't know if you'd really need that, but at least it gives you more than 18 minutes. He's got HSET mem copy, which moves BASIC to RAM in 64K machines. And HSET mem and HReset mem will switch between RAM and ROM modes respectively. So you've got, swapping the ROMs into RAM where you can patch and modify them actually built into the BASIC in HCB-DOS itself. He's changed H-point, which is normally in the CoCo 3 is used for getting return values of what color of pixel is under a certain point. But he's got H-point if you use it with just a single parameter rather than X, Y. He's got a few new options there. So H.0 will return whether it's a 6809 or 639 CPU you're running on. He's going to have H.1 tell you whether you're running a native mode or not, but that's currently not in there. It does work with the current 6809, 639 though. H.2 returns whether BASIC is running from RAM or if it's running from actual ROM. So you can tell if you're in a place where you can patch it. And H.3 returns the address of useful data area for manipulating the new graphics text modes like cursor, blink, shape, etc. So that supports the new width for 30 or 51 and 64s and the P4 screen. Basic printer output is redirected to DriveWire's virtual printer, but he says that is experimental. Now with the flag in the aforementioned data area to disable redirection, still with no basic interface to control it. But that means you can actually dump your listings and have it come out on a PDF or something. And he now accepts, so we were just talking about the &H for hexadecimal and the &O for octal. He's added an &B for binary. So if you're trying to design like graphics and stuff, this is quite nice. Say you're doing a P4 screen, which is, a 0 is an off black and 1 is on pixel white or green, depending which screen set you're using. And that way you can just type in, you actually see the pixels. You can actually just type 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, or whatever your pixel pattern is and actually use that way, which I think makes it a lot easier to use for that type of thing. And that's available. As I said, go check out the show notes that are on the Discord, and you can actually get the direct link to his Dropbox to download that whole thing. And if you have an EEPROM burner, you can actually burn it right onto a ROM and put it into a real CoCo, or you can run it for emulators or DriveWire or whatever else. And next up after that, Antonio Caballero has recently acquired a couple of XPads, which is a fairly rare graphics tablet, a high-res one. Does the full 256 by 192 for the CoCo 1 and 2. I will mention it requires 12 volts. So if you're running on a CoCo 2 or a CoCo 3, you likely either have to get a multi-pack, which will supply the 12 volts, because the CoCo 2 and 3 only have 5 internally, or you have to add an external 12-volt power supply, which I know Bill Noble had done on his, and he was actually running on his CoCo 3 that way. But he posted some pictures of him actually doing some drawings, etc. here, showing actual drawing itself and some of the templates that come with it. He's running CoCoMax 2, which actually did have some patches to run with the graphics tablet. You didn't need the high-res joystick mouse interface because the graphics tablet natively did the full resolution. And he did one little quick video here, so I'll play that. Now, is this full screening for you or no? Sometimes this doesn't work on Facebook.
It's working fine here.
Okay, cool. So let me play it. Ron should recognize this. And Tim Jennison, the author of CoCoMax, of course, went on to do the video toaster and a bunch of things for the Amiga. I'm assuming you're all familiar with CoCoMax, CoCoMax 2, or even, the CoCo 3 sequels, ColorMax, ColorMax Deluxe, and CoCoMax 3. But basically, he just clicked on it to select which tool he wants. And you see it actually highlighted it properly. Now the stylus here actually has a real pen, and you can replace those with modern stuff there, so you can actually draw literally on paper on the graphics tablet as he's doing here, and it'll translate it across onto the screen.
And the overlay page has the artifact colors on it. That's a nice touch.
Yeah, yeah. So I'll fast forward so you can actually see the results. Yep, I went a little bit too far. But you can kind of see there, you can see actually moving the mouse and stuff. Because the other thing about the graphics tablet is it actually had a hover mode, so if you're close to touching the paper but not quite, it actually knew where the position was, where the pen was. And it would just show like a cursor, and as soon as you connected it to the paper, it would actually start drawing, which was a really nice feature.
That's something that even modern systems use, which make it real efficient to be able to locate your position and then start working.
Yeah.
Right.
And there you just did a paint with a pattern. Now, since Ron's here, I know you use CocoMax 1, 2, and 3 a lot.
Yeah.
Did you ever have a graphics tablet for yours, or were you strictly running off the hardware pack that gave you a higher resolution mouse or joystick?
I use both. I did, same thing he's doing.
And which did you have a preference between the two? I would imagine the graphics tablet would be easier, or no?
Yeah. It depends on what you're trying to do, I usually just drew graphics of this, that, and the other thing, fooling around with it, nothing serious. And, it really is low res. I mean, it's better than trying to draw it through software, right?
Yeah, because I didn't know if you were more like a freestyle artist where you would just draw things normally, or if you were one like, I want a circle and I want to stretch it this way and using the built-in tools more than freestyle.
Well, at the same time I was using this, I was also learning CorelDRAW on the PC. And I guess working with this gave you an idea how to understand how CorelDRAW works. Because, CorelDRAW is a billion times more intense, but it got you familiar with it.
I worked in a call center for a while, and we used these Summer Graphics tablets that had a puck with the little crosshair and push buttons on it. It's the same technology, it's just scaled up 1,000 times.
Yeah.
And but XPad was awesome for its day, and the money. I mean, $10,000 versus what was this thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the XPad came out in 81, I think, or maybe 82 at the latest. Like, it was an early piece of hardware. It was not cheap either. It was more expensive than the CoCo itself.
Well, it was hundreds, but it wasn't thousands. And that's what the competitors were, so give it
I was kind of thankful because how I got mine was with a load of stuff. I was at the right place at the right time and had a van. And this guy died. And
did you know Brian Weisler back then? No, just kidding.
But he died, and his basement was full of stuff, and I took all that I could fit in the van, and it included all kinds of stuff. It was, more than it's Ron's garage basically, and whatever I had.
Little mini garage in a van.
It included stuff like this where he had gotten. I think he worked at a Radio Shack, so he'd get stuff cheaper, or maybe he'd get it broken and fix it. I don't know.
Okay. Now, one thing I was wondering, like, I don't know too much about the hardware on this. Is it capable of doing higher res? Like, could it do a CoCo 3 screen, like a 320 or a 640 screen, if you program it right type thing, or is it a hard-coded 226 by 192 no matter what you do?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, I'm looking at the manual now, and it looks like it's hard coded for that.
Yeah.
You've got 3 memory locations that you peek to get information on it. You got the X, Y, and status, and so X and Y are going to give you values between that are within the 256 across and 192 up and down, and then the status gives you a bunch of things like, am I in the margin? Is the pen down? Is the pen up? Blah blah blah.
Yeah, if you guys want to see, you can go on my Ron's Garage and just type in XPad as a search. And any videos that I've done and that have been repeated will show up.
Now I've got to rip mine apart and see what the actual grid inside looks like. Another project.
There's somebody did that somewhere.
Oh, okay. I can just look it up. Nice.
Yeah, you have to be clever with your question in Google or whatever.
Right. X is really hard to hone in on. Yeah.
So Henry, from what you're looking at there, you said that third status byte. What were some of the options? Like you're mentioning pen up, pen down, but you mentioned like whether you're in the control area or something.
Yeah, pen near surface with one within an inch. That's proximity sensor. Let's see. Pen down on display area or on bottom margin. Pen not within 1 inch of X margin. These are all things that are listed in the owner's manual.
So is the 256 by 192 inclusive of those border margin areas, or is that separate? Like, could you have border with your tools and stuff taking up some of the res and still a full res for a 320 screen, for example?
I am not sure.
Well,
I haven't looked. Go ahead.
It does give you two. I mean, the screen that you're drawing in is a small portion of the actual screen.
Right. Even with the factory templates, it's that way. The factory menu thing.
You're going to scroll over to the right and left a little bit, and then up and down and draw. And then when you're done, you can go to goodies or whatever and click to show the full screen. And the full screen will be, twice the size of a CoCo screen.
I'm looking at here, like this is one of the original templates that came with the XPad. And you can see a copy, text, draw, and you've got other stuff on the sides, bottom. Like, are those actual coordinates that you have to read? Like, the copy is like, X 10 and Y 3 or something like that? Or is that a separate thing from the actual resolution of the pad?
I think it's numbers. It's like,
because if it's separate from the pad, like if that's a separate control area, as you were mentioning from the manual there, Henry, maybe you can do a CoCo 320 mode.
I don't think it does.
If you're inside, it's just 256 by 192, which would, on a CoCo Max 3, you have menus on the left and the bottom and stuff here, so you don't need the full 320 by 192 at a time.
I never needed the
You're reading a byte though.
I'll crawl up in the attic and get mine out and have a report next week.
Yeah, all I'm seeing here is it's peaking for X and Y location, and then it's peaking for the status bit. So and the peaks for the X location and the Y location, because they're 1 byte, they're going to be limited to 256 values anyway.
Yeah, no, I know that. I'm just wondering if the outside border stuff, if it has separate stuff in the status register for that.
Right, the hardware underneath. And as I recall, this print that you have here would have been a cardboard that dropped in side of the whole thing, which implies that the actual hardware is a little bit wider and a little bit taller than the usable 256, I think that's where Curtis is going, and I think he's right.
I'm just wondering if the status register can actually detect those things on the bottom, top, left, right, separately from the resolution of the interior.
So can we hack it is the question.
Yeah, pretty well. That's what I'm asking.
Let me double check that, because that's all in the appendices down here. What the status registers are, what the status register is saying.
Well, yeah, but we don't care what it can do. It's supposed to do. We care what it can do. Damn it.
Yeah, it's kind of like Sockmaster when you got a high res running out of software from draining, capacitors at a certain rate of speed.
What it's doing. I see what it's doing. Okay. So it will give you whether you are in the X margin or the Y margin, and it will tell you, like if you're in the Y margin, it'll still give you like your range in the X, if you're within the X range. If you're in the, let's see.
Oh, okay. So you can be out of bounds in one range and still have...
and still be inbounds in the other. So it's like you've got these boundaries, and I'm not sure what it's saying about where the margins are, because I haven't done the dive to see that yet.
Doesn't the software determine border? I mean, it's not.
No, it's hard. It's going to be built. It's going to be the borders are going to be determined by if it is by software, it's going to be on a firmware basis. Because what this is providing you is providing you 3 locations that you can grab to get your X data, your Y data, and your status. And it's okay. Status is actually, it looks like it's bit masked for status. pen down, proximity, X margin, and Y margin. So it'll tell you whether it's in the X or Y margin. It'll tell you whether the pen's down, whether the pen's in proximity, and then you get the data, which is anywhere between 256 or, yeah. Let's see, XPad fully buffered. Each data output responds directly with the position on the screen. Position numbers created by the XPad are the same as those that are manually keyed into the computer. So it's only going to give you 256 by 192.
But they squeaked out a little bit of extra data by saying you're out of bounds on the Y, you still have an X.
Right. The data.
That's a data point.
0 at the upper left, their maximum values on the lower right. Pen status information. Proximity gives you a way to disable, blah, blah, blah. X and Y margins tell when the pin is beyond the 7:9 display area and defines left, top, and right margin areas that can be used for menu or other purposes. A lower margin is not defined, but it can be created in software. It should be noted that a menu can be created in the display area as well as in the margin area. So
Right,
you
and that's
can
what they did.
use, yeah, so you can use your margins
And not screw up your drawing.
and not screw up your drawing.
When I did my video, you'll see that I tried to click on file at the top, and I couldn't quite, for some reason, reach it. And so I just did something else because I would have stayed too long trying to reach that top one. I don't know why. Maybe voltage was a little bit off or something. You wonder sometimes how.
It uses a kind of an RF pickup almost.
Yeah.
So I remember I took an aluminum ruler, one of those nice aluminum rulers with the cork on the bottom, and tried to run the pen along it, and it just absolutely went everywhere. So it's like it's using some kind of RF sensing, or some kind of electrostatic or some kind of sensing that deals with sending a signal down and saying, where am I seeing something, maybe capacitively, maybe RF, whatever.
Yeah, whoever showed the guts of this thing and talked about how it worked went into the same thing you're talking about.
Yeah.
I can't remember where it was.
Yeah, it's interesting. You might be able to get it to run properly with Color Max 3 or Color Max 3 Deluxe, since we actually have source for those things, Derek Gaverlick and Greg Miller.
Well,
Because your menus and stuff on the sides are not, if I'm understanding right, you would use that as a detection that you're in the margin area, not, or outside the margin of the actual drawing area. So maybe the 256 could be within the window, outside of the tools on the left and the patterns on the bottom, etc. And you might be able to actually use it as a full-blown 1-to-1 pixel ratio drawing program that way.
This program has a scrolling, so it gets the full size of the screen.
Yeah, you can move that whole thing where you grab the hand,
Yeah.
you can shift around within the image, and that's why I'm wondering maybe you could get a
But
patch for that.
natively, you still can have menus around the edges that this thing doesn't use.
Color Max has a
That
different
Color Max
size
doesn't
screen
use. Yeah.
than
Yeah,
even
it's 320
CoCoMax
by
3.
192.
So Tim
CoCoMax
Linder
3
does
is smaller.
Tim Linder does a hardware teardown on YouTube. I've put the I put the
cool.
link in the
Thanks.
in the chat in Zoom.
Somewhere on my Ron's garage, I have a picture of CoCoMax and Color Max, side by side, 3, and you can see the difference between the two and all the different commands.
Yeah, Peter Wheeler, the chat saying it's an XY grid underneath the plastic case. These would use a coil inductive sensor.
That's it. Yeah. I'm a user. I'm not a mechanical guy, too much.
Well, it's funny.
Yeah.
These are exactly the opposite you would think. The pin on this thing has a very small coil, so it's kind of broad, and the coil on the Summographics was like 1 inch across, which made it very small in what it could detect. Sorry, I just thought that's funny. I've worked with both of these.
No, if you and Tim, I'm looking at Tim's video right now, and he shows that PC board that's inside the thing, and it's got like some resistors on the back side of it where it's running across in the horizontal direction, and then the side that's up against the faceplate of the XPad is in the vertical direction. So yeah, it's just like an XY something happening there.
So, and the hardware doesn't have any real differentiation for this border margin area. It's all the
Correct.
same.
That's all going to be happening in the firmware.
But now we have to count how many little lines it has X and Y to see what the actual real resolution is.
Well, you can interpolate quite a bit based upon proximity and which ones are being triggered and how strongly they're being triggered.
Right, right. So you can have more
Right, 'cause-
resolution than actual.
Yeah, I mean, come on, capacitive touch plates that we use on our telephones don't have that much in the way of resolution. It's all depending upon it's
Yeah,
surprisingly.
because most people have pretty big fingers.
Right.
Yeah. So it's 30% this, 75% that.
Right.
So it must be here. Right.
Exactly.
And when you're drawing, you can't always get finer detail because it's just not possible.
Right. Well,
You have to actually think when you're drawing. And
That's
make
why
it a
you
little
drew
bit
it into
bigger.
an editor, right? So
Right.
you can fix it.
Yeah, it's quite just the PC board is quite simple. It's got some pots on it. It looks like to take care of some trimming necessities, and then it's all passives. There's almost nothing there's
Right.
nothing active on the PC board itself.
Do you have something to show?
Curtis is going there now. Yeah, it's towards the end, Curtis. Look towards about 12 minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to whatever this is. Today we have a really nice piece of history to show
It's
you.
Jimbo Tech.
Yeah, I remember we did this
Here's
video
the
actually
finished
back when you
it.
released it.
Yeah,
That's
No
the one I saw.
chips, but there are 4 trim potentiometers.
Oh, antennae.
On one side we
Yep.
have horizontal traces, and on the other side we have vertical.
Yeah, there is no extra special
Oh.
area.
And look at
Yeah.
all these resistors.
It's all done in
I tell you
software.
how it determines
Well,
the
it's all
position
done.
of
It's
the
all done
pin,
in the firmware in
but
the
I
cart.
have no idea. Your guess is better than mine. But at least you know what it looks like now.
Okay,
If you,
cool.
If you back up to about 10 minutes 30, 10 minutes 26 or so, you'll see that he opens it up and there's a lot of stuff going on in that cart. The trick is that once it hits the CoCo is only able to see those 3 addresses on there. So everything that's being done as far as demodulating the information, figuring out where things are, and producing those numbers and those status bits is happening with the electronics you're looking at right now.
Yeah, and then getting filtered down to the 3 bytes that they give you.
Yep,
mapped
and that's
in
all
IO.
happening in the cart. Every single bit of it's happening in the cart.
Okay, that's cool. So maybe some modifications to the card, like maybe adding an extra byte of address IO space or something to it, so you can do like a 12-bit number or something. You might be able to get a better resolution.
Could be. It also depends on how precise you can be with the how precise you can actually be with the grid that's actually there.
Well, right, and like I said, the receiving coil size versus the grid size of the board that you're reading is a big factor. That's why the commercial ones always had a big honking coil that was an inch around to, get more percentages, if you will.
Well, what
But,
did Apple and Commodore have?
The koala pad.
Yeah, we had that too, and it sucked.
Oh my god!
Which mimicked paddles.
That didn't even work well as a game controller. That thing sucked. I hated that.
It didn't even work well as a prototype.
Isn't that the one where you'd press it down, it would register, and as soon as you lift it off, it went back to the center automatically?
Well, or it would jiggle all around.
You try to draw something, and you lift the pen up, and you draw a line right to the middle of the screen. I hated that thing.
It looked nice.
Yeah, it looked promising, didn't it?
Function like crap.
Yep. And most people, if they have one, don't have the stylus anymore.
Well, it didn't help
Didn't
anyway.
make
So
a
what was the
difference,
point?
really. Yeah. Grab a rock, draw it with that.
Yeah,
I
pretty
have
much.
one with the box, which is
I'd rather use Graphicom with its 2 joysticks, that little 64 by 64 viewer window you'd move around with one joystick
my
and then
God.
draw within it with the other one. That worked better than the koala pad. Anyway, here's another little sketch he did using that too, and you can see his original drawing it on paper, overlaid on his XPad, and then onto the actual screen using CocoMax.
Yeah, I see that and I think to myself, well, geez, let me show you what I did. And then I thought, nah, why should I take any glory away from what he's doing here? It's nice.
He's doing it, yeah, this week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No need.
Yeah. Okay, continuing on. Erico Monteiro released an Etch-a-Sketch type program for testing joysticks, which he used to test the brand new CP400 modern replacement joysticks that Maurizio Mattei and Giovanni Gualdi, I hopefully haven't massacred those names too badly. And they've actually, at least one of them has just joined our Discord too, so maybe let's ask some questions here. He wrote this in UG Basic, actually. This is using the new UG Basic Microgames Basic compiler we were just talking about earlier. And you can actually see he has this graphic showing a CP400 style joystick and a little mini menu. I think this is running, if I remember, on the 64 by 64 by 4 color mode, so it's quite low res, but that's the perfect res for testing a joystick. 64 by 64 is the exact resolution the joystick is. So if you want to see if your joystick's not hitting the corners properly or something, well, that's a good way to test it. Anyway, you can download that, actually. It's actually got also, there's some discussion on the Microgames Basic forums about this if you want to give it a test. Next up, Carlitto Camacho actually did a nice thing here. We've talked about this numerous times. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Alan Huffman has been doing these series of how to write optimizations for Basic, Extended Color Basic by Microsoft. Because there's a lot of tricks in the trade, type thing. If you kind of, figure out, like hexadecimal numbers get interpreted faster than decimal ones, for example. So you want to speed up your graphical routine by 3%, switch them to use hex coordinates instead of decimal, for example. Well, what Carlitto did here is he's actually taken all of the basic optimization blog posts that Alan has done over the years, and it's been multiple years, and he's created a little 70-page plus book, kind of compiling them all together. Now, he's uploaded it to the Color Computer Archive. The last time I checked, it hadn't shown up yet, but he did throw in some preview pages here. So he kind of made a fancy, color cover for it. And, full credit to Alan. Carlitto just, has basically, compiled them together to make it a PDF. And linked to his his blog site, which he filled up with a whole bunch of stuff this past week. So you definitely should check that out if you don't know about it already. And you can see the table of contents here. He's kind of been organizing it by the different types of things that you're trying to do. And here's a sample page of actually showing, some optimization you do for input, in key, in string, and poke. And basically it just continues on. There's a few other things I think he's still got to tackle too. I don't think he's done the get, put, even byte boundary buffer thing where you can get some of your graphics in the P modes to run multiple times faster than they normally do. I've showed that on Cocotech before. But yeah, it's nice having a one-stop place, and like on Alan's side, because he's written about this stuff for like years and years, you have to, and interspersed with a bunch of other things that are not related to that particular topic. It's really nice that Carlitto actually made a nice, here's a compendium of everything. And if he keeps it up to date, as Alan adds more and more to it, this will be a really nice reference for basic programmers. Next up, I'm going to let Henry talk about this one because it's his page.
Give me a second.
Okay, I'll just, for the intro, the New England Classic Gaming Meetup. And I will play the little intro from Henry here while he's getting ready, and then he can tell me where to fast forward to maybe show off some stuff.
Hi, folks. Welcome to the Break Key. My name's Henry, and today, well, I was going to go into more of the programmable input-output device on the Pico so that we could do more with FujiNet and get closer to having a full bus, but that's been kicking my butt. So to keep on the schedule that I've set for myself, and also so that you guys can see some of the grassroots things that are happening in the retro community here in Massachusetts, I wanted to show you around the New England Classic Gaming Meetup that we had here a few weeks ago in early February. So late-ish in 2023, I became aware of the new... Yeah, so it's a lot of red on my screen right now. Well, that's kind of my brand color there. At any rate, yeah. No, this is a great little thing for us to go to. I go there. I'll set up with the with my Franken CoCo. I'll set up with the FujiNet CoCo, but it still is really small. But we've got homebrew game developers there. We've got this fellow over here who's bringing in like 5 or 6 different examples of systems. He's got the Mister. He's got the N64. Yeah, not all of it. It's not like it's CoCo. It's more than just CoCo, but just such a wonderful little retro community that exists relatively close to where I'm at, like within a 30-40 mile radius. This fella here at 8-Bit Widgets, he's developing products that like basically will allow you to take two joysticks, put them together in the same mounting, so you can have twin sticks if you need something for that. A cartridge slot protector, so that instead of using your retro hardware all the time and rearing out the pins on your cartridge slot, you're actually using that instead, and so you have a disposable device that can be worn out. Yeah.
I like the fact that your microphone has that professional, identifying the station that you're on.
El Cheapo quick 3D print. I wanted something that looked nifty.
And this is one of the organizers of the show, correct?
Yep. Tim's one of the organizers there, and he had a magazine that he ran and has all the rights to be able to is in with the homebrew developers. Yeah, he's they're really just really cool about really cool with what they're doing, really into what they're doing, and I find it almost sad that we don't have more interaction than we do, as far as like the people in the community who exist here in Massachusetts. I understand that it may not be as big as in other locations, but still, it's nice to get people together. And this state has a lot of people who live in it. Surely there are people who live relatively close-ish to this part of Massachusetts that can come down and make it a big thing. Maybe
and this is exactly the type of meetup that the one in Winnipeg is, where you have some people that actually sell stuff. You have people just demonstrating stuff, and a wide variety of retro platforms, and very small, like there's only like 30 people there or whatever, 30, 40. So you have plenty of time to visit and talk to each other. And it's more like a club meeting than a show.
Yeah, exactly. And since we're right there at like a public library, I mean, it's not even a full day. It starts at 10, it ends at 2. You drop in, you have a little bit of fun, you say hi to folks. We do this every couple of months.
Yeah, the Winnipeg one I think is noon to 4, so it's the exact same thing, 4-hour meeting, and that's it.
What part of Massachusetts are you in? Western?
I'm in Central Mass. I'm actually in East Central Mass. I'm in Worcester, and I keep forgetting the names of the towns where these things are. But this one's a little bit west and south, or a little bit east and south of me, down the 495 corridor a little ways.
Yeah, this one's called the New England Classic Gaming.
I mean, MIT isn't too far from you.
No, MIT's in Cambridge. It's about an hour for me to get to MIT. It's about it's physically closer, but only a little bit shorter for me to get to this. And MIT also hosts the MIT Flea that happens every few months. I haven't been to one of those yet, but it's not just retro computing. It's also like classic electronics and amateur radio stuff that happens at the MIT Flea.
And RPI is in upstate New York.
Rensselaer Polytechnic?
Yeah,
that'd be upstate New York.
Right, that's not too far either.
Anyway, go check out Henry's video on the Breaky channel on YouTube. It's got interviews with a bunch of the people that were there and explaining what their hardware and software projects are, and organizing the show, et cetera itself. And of course, Henry shows off, as he mentioned earlier, some of the stuff that he brought. And these are fun. These little get-togethers like this, they're quick. If you're nearby, it doesn't take like a whole weekend. It just takes an afternoon or part of a day type thing. And it definitely gives you that old user group vibe again, more so than an actual bigger show does, like say a VCF where you're just overwhelmed. And next up, George Jansen, if any of you on the CoCo Discord might have noticed, he released the disk image for episode 15E, which is the last part about his palette animation/automation. And he's actually still recording the video for it, so that's not up yet. But he sent me an email with a little preview, and it kind of just shows some animation stuff he did, and also some controls over pop-up windows that I'll be covering on this episode 15E. And I'll play you the little 45-second clip preview here. So here you see it's pulling down the characters to spell at the original color they were at and converts them to yellow as they come through. And then here he's demonstrating some of the little overlay window subroutines he's made for You Can Call from Basic. For those who want to do that kind of stuff but don't want to learn the actual assembly, they'll just be kind of ready to go. And they work in 40 or 80 hardware tech screens in this case. There's your teaser video. Next up, the Clueless Engineer did a follow-up to a video we covered last week or the week before. And he's the one who's got an Alice and an MC10, and he was waiting for some fixes to come in because the MC10, the keyboard isn't working. He suspects it's the 6803 itself because that actually has built-in I/O on the chip. It's not just a CPU. It's more like a microcontroller almost. And the problems with the keyboard, he's already checked all the wiring, etc. Doesn't seem to be anything with that. Doesn't seem to be the keyboard itself. So he's pretty sure the 603 input pins and stuff, there's something weird going on there. But he didn't get the parts yet. So he just decided to do a quick update, and he covers another machine at the end of the video. But he's actually got here the Alice and the MC10s literally side by side. So you can kind of compare the differences, and there are some. But he's also talking about getting like composite upgrades and stuff for the MC10. And then he goes through some third-party hardware we've actually shown on the show before too. I'll fast forward a bit here. And these are obviously, designed for the Alice, and the company that actually makes them is, I think, out of France. But that's like a 9-pin serial or a 9-pin joystick port for an Atari-style joystick, for example. And you've got the RAM upgrade, and he goes, well, you only have one port on the back, so what do you do there if I want to use a joystick and 16K of extra RAM? And then he goes into, of course, the adapter for kind of the MC10's version of a multi-pack. So you can plug that in, and then you actually get 2 cartridge slots that you can actually put in some other cartridges in. And they go some of the boards. He's going to be assembling these over the next little while. He's still waiting for the new CPUs to come in. And they cover some stuff on some other ones, but we want to kind of an update on both his Alice and his MC10 and some of the stuff he's going to be working on over the next little while. Go check out his latest video. Next up, we got updated on the CoCo Discord here that Paul Shoemaker is now working on a Star Trek game for the MC10. As you'll see here on the graphic gun, it says MC10 Edition. Now, this one he's choosing to use the 2-color graphics mode because the way the MC10 has its VDG and the RAM wired, it can only access up to 3K at a time. So you can't do a P mode 3 or P mode 4 because those both require 6K. So you can use up to 3K of the 4K space, and then you can either choose to have garbage and do a higher mode because we'll just wrap around and put a bunch of crap. Or you can just choose whether you want 128 by 96 by 4-color or 128 by 192 2-color. And in this particular case, unlike almost every other game he's ever done for the MC10, he chose the higher resolution pixel-wise versus the color. So it's just a 2-color game, but it's 128 by 192, which is a P mode 2 equivalent on the CoCo. And he put up a couple screenshots. Here's the title screen. Here's an actual game playing screen here. As you can see, your map grid, which actually has pictures of the Enterprise and stuff. This is based on the old mainframe Star Treks from the 70s, but kind of gussied up with some pretty decent graphics. I do like that shot of the Enterprise from the side. He did a really good job on that.
Oh, yeah.
For us Star Trek fans in the audience. And then he actually put up a little video. Now he's actually using Simon Jonassen's 4-voice player routine, which I think is using a sawtooth wave, so it's a bit grady. I'm hoping they can maybe smooth it out a bit, but trying to cram 4 voices out of a 1-bit sound port, it's not going to sound great no matter what you try, but it's pretty darn impressive. This is an MC10 doing it. But you actually get to see a beginning of the game. Now, the gameplay is not in there yet, but I'll play it in its entirety. Now, I don't know how loud this is going to be. Hopefully it's not too loud. Some animated stars in the background.
Yep.
His credits are changing there.
I'll tell you that NGC, NCC is the N was tough to do, I'll bet.
Yeah, especially at that angle.
Yeah.
Some credits for both Paul Shoemaker himself and which is Invisible Man, which is the nickname of Simon. Then you get your mission. This will require 16K RAM expansion pack or higher. So the SDS X and SDC 128 or whatever they're called. I never get those right. Will be required.
Close enough.
Yeah. And then this is the start of the main game screen here, and then that's where the video ends, but it kind of gives you a sneak preview. So he's got some, decent sound effects. He's got a little bit of multi-voice music in there. It's based on the classic mainframe version of Star Trek, but with actual graphics. So this, I think Jim has done some like low res, SG4 text-based Star Treks. It'd be nice to have an actual high res 128 by 192 2-color version on the MC10. So once again, the MC10, not a paperweight or a window, holding device. It's actually a computer with some decent games on it. We'll look forward to that, Paul.
And soon hooked to the internet.
Yep. Robert Sieg, we haven't heard from him in a while, but he's been doing some more graphical conversion stuff, which he's done before for the MC10 or the CoCo. And now he mentions here, he put this in the MC10 group, but he's mentioning a Reader 64 by 32 24-bit bitmap to SG8 converter. Well, SG8's a higher one. That's actually 64 by 64, 96, I think. I can't remember which one of those. I think it's by 64, which I don't believe the MC10 can do, because I think only SG4 and 6 are on the MC10. Anything higher than that requires a SAM chip, which the Alice and the MC10 do not have. So I don't know if that's a typo, and he meant SG6, or if he meant SG8, this will only run the CoCo and put it in the MC10 group by accident. So hopefully, Robert, if you're watching, please clue me in so I'm not giving any incorrect information. So we did a first one here of trying to do the 9, color levels that you can actually get doing semi-graphics in the higher modes. And here's a conversion from the original, kind of scaled down resolution-wise here, and here, it's, kind of trying to get the colors to work. And it's not doing too bad. I mean, you're taking stuff here that's, designed for much higher color resolution than the MC10 or the CoCo have, for that matter. And then he did an update later here. Now, this one, he says, is a combination of 6 screens. So this is not the actual resolution you'd see on MC10 or a CoCo, for that matter. I think it's probably like 3 high by 2 wide, I'm guessing.
So it's composite, right? True color.
Well, no, this is semi-graphic, so these are pure colors. These are not artifact.
No, what I'm saying, he's putting all these screens together.
Oh, yeah, he must have done that after the fact, took a screenshot of each. Now, he does mention here that this is done on the VMC10, which is the MC10 emulator. So I'm guessing this must be SG4. Actually, yeah, the title kind of says that. But it does show you that, like, his converter for actually picking out the colors, because his previous converters we've covered like a year or two ago are based on PMO 3, which is basically you get your 4 base colors, which is the green, yellow, blue, red, or you get the pastel set, which is kind of white, cyan, magenta, and orange. The semi-graphics actually allows you to do, black and all the other 8 colors combined. And you can even sneak a few more in there if you want to be fancy with slightly lower horizontal resolution. But you can use the invert color or change the color set so you can get some extra oranges and reds. But this actually looks pretty good. I mean, obviously, if you're only getting a quarter of it at a time, or a sixth of it, I should say, at a time, it won't look this high res. But the color conversion he's actually doing now actually looks not too bad, considering how limited of a palette you get with a VDG chip. So I'm looking forward to see where this goes, but it might make it easier for some people to write some games, like even say a graphical adventure game for the MC10 using low res, but actually digitizing pictures, of objects or whatever, and throwing them on the screen with the limited 9 colors actually might not look too bad with this new conversion program. So I'm looking forward to see where Robert takes this.
I'll tell you, since I've used the high color, and converted from bitmaps, it really does matter what picture you choose to do. Because you'll get something too complicated and it'll look crappy. And something simple, it's got to be in between busy and simple to be just right. This is great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I would say that even with like ViewGIF under OS9, which page flips between 2 sets of 16 colors, like one of the tricks it does, if you make a color usage table, like if you have, say, a 256 color GIF picture, this is 256 unique colors. But a lot of the, graphic drawing programs like CorelDRAW or whatever else on various machines like Macs and PCs and Amigas, whatever, would fill in the rest of the palette with whatever that program defaults to. But if your picture only used, say, 129 of the 256 colors, the dithering algorithm and the page flipping, which color palettes to use in each page flipping algorithm would have to calculate for all 256, which means it's computing a bunch of stuff that never gets used, and it kind of dumbs down what your color mixing can be because it doesn't know that. The color usage table option in ViewGIF lets you, once it finishes scanning, it writes out these colors were used, these were never touched. So the next time you go to view it, you tell it to use the color usage file. It then goes, well, I don't have to compute, how to cross dither and do all this fancy stuff here to get these colors to work, because they never appear in the actual picture. They're just in the palette list, because that's what CorelDRAW defaulted to or whatever. And then when it re-renders the picture again, it's faster because it didn't take so much time to have to calculate all this crap. But it also gives you a much better color rendition because now it's much more accurate to what is actually shown in the picture. So
there's a program I use. It's called Ditherton, something like that. Forget. Anyway, what it is it's a it's like a testing program. You can take a bitmap and put it in there and size it and see what it's dumbed down to 8-bit, and it gives you an idea what the transfer color would look like. You know, I think I use a Thompson for one of their examples which is a 6809 machine, I guess. And that gives you an idea how it might look on other stuff. And it's a good test.
Yeah, there's an online one that kind of does that too, if I remember. That does some...
That's what I'm speaking of. It's an online. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Then I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Anyway, keep up the good work, Robert. I mean, you could definitely do some pretty cool stuff in the MC10, and with a lot less effort trying to figure out, unless you're like Erico or somebody who can actually draw stuff really well on the low res. Like he's a genius at it, but I'm not. Next up, the Laird's Lair, which is an Australian retro channel on YouTube. Kind of did a follow-up. He did a coverage of the dragon from way back, but he's actually got a dragon, which he kind of cleans and fixes up, and he actually got the, I think it was a Starship Chameleon cartridge to actually try out, and play something, and kind of gives you a little bit of the history of the dragon, and then also, getting his particular model actually fixed up and running. I won't play it here because we're already running a little bit long, but it's a pretty cool little video. It's over half an hour. And he's got a link in the description if you want to see his original one where he kind of went through, playing, I think, stuff more in an emulator situation than in the actual hardware. But this is all actual hardware in this particular video. Next up, Julian Brown, who was in the chat earlier, but it's probably getting pretty late in the UK here, so I don't know if he's still awake or not. But he did a couple of updates for his Dragon 32 reproduction board. This is the new enhanced version where he's going beyond the original spec. So in this particular case here, this is the updated Dragon 32 motherboard, the X4 prototype. And he mentions here, revised draft with level shifting in place. Just need to tweak a couple of traces, planning ahead for using flash ROMs, and swap the banks of resistors for arrays. Feels a bit strange putting SMD parts on here, given I just spent time swapping them all out for through-hole to make the assembly a bit simpler, to use loads of through-hole parts. And consistent, but the level shifter parts just take too much space otherwise, and I can get away with omitting them until I'm ready to use the FPGA anyway. And then speaking of the FPGA, I actually had an earlier shot here where he's actually received the FPGA that he's going to be using on his X4 design. So this is where he's adding in like MMU and extra RAM and a whole bunch of stuff we've covered previously on there. So he's getting to the point where he's getting ready to actually start manufacturing these things. So it'll be a nice upgrade to a Dragon. Next up, actually, I'll show the second one first. So apparently there's this competition called Love Bite Demo Party. And of course, demo parties are very popular in Europe, and they're pretty well unknown here, or at least not as well known. And basically, this is where you take an old retro machine and you try to do something to demonstrate the hardware push to its absolute limit. Sockmaster is one of the few people in the CoCo that did this regularly. Simon Jonason's another one who did it. Alan DeCock did a little bit of it. Juan Castro did a little bit of it. But I would say Simon and John Kowalski / Sockmaster, probably the ones most famous for doing this in the CoCo. Well, they're one of their competitions that's going on, or went on just recently, was to write something on any old 8-bit or 16-bit retro machine that would fit in 256 bytes of code. So a quarter of a K. And you could do whatever you want. You could make a mini game, you could make a graphic demo, you could make a music demo, whatever you wanted to do. And if you actually go through the list, Here you'll see there's a wide variety of stuff. There's some C64, ZX Spectrum, Sam Coupe. Dragon 32 is the one I'll be showing here shortly. BBC Micro, Atari ST, Amstrad CPC, Atari XE XL, Apple II, Amiga. So there's a wide variety of them in here. And some of them are pretty darn impressive, but a lot of these things have, extra hardware for doing sprites and multi-voice music and stuff. So the Dragon's a little bit crippled compared to most of these as far as it goes. But if you're in the demo scene, go watch the whole darn video. Actually, there's some pretty cool stuff in here. But he actually separated out his entry, or her, I'm not even sure, which is basically some semi-graphics for graphics just to kind of fill the screen with something to do, and then playing a bit of music in the background. And he actually crammed it down to 166 bytes of code to do this. So that was pretty impressive. I mean, it's not the most fascinating thing if you've watched like John Kowalski's CoCo 3 demos, but considering how little much RAM the code takes, this is pretty impressive. Even got volume control where it swells up. Not just repeats the same, musical pattern and the graphics, but it is only 166 bytes.
Right.
Anyway, that was their entry into this contest. So, the demo scene is something that, in my personal case, I don't see much use for it. Because a lot of times you're pulling off these stunts here to like push the hardware, but you have to push it so hard you can't use it practically for anything. And I think Nick's kind of on the same mindset there. I'd rather write a game or rather write NOS. But on the other hand, there's so many people that love doing this stuff that if you can do it, it would be great to see more CoCo and Dragon entries into this kind of thing. Because I'd like to see people who actually do push the hardware, like what you're capable of doing. And I mean, Sockmaster's done this a lot. Simon's done this a lot. It's not something I would be good at because I'm not really good at that type of low-level hardware manipulation stuff. But I would love to see if anybody else, coming up into the CoCo community or getting back to it these days, would start hitting this kind of stuff and see what they could do with it. Because there's a lot of cool stuff, and then to be able to fit it into something like this particular contest is for 256 bytes or less. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. I mean, just showing off,
Yeah,
why
literally,
not?
that's
Just.
With all the stuff that Sub-Etha software does with all, the shortcuts, you think he could come up with something really...
Most of his shortcuts are for C and BASIC, though. Alan's not as much of an assembly language programmer, and this is the type of stuff you want to fit in 256 bytes. I mean, I guess BASIC might be able to do, but C, once you compile it, it's probably going to be a couple K just to put hello world.
Oh, okay.
So...
and you're already, this is an arbitrary number, which is the good thing about demos. You can make a demo under any arbitrary rules you want.
It's like the 10-liner basic contest we mentioned earlier type thing, right?
Okay.
You don't like it? Do better.
Yeah.
So I like the concept. Yeah, it's like a drag racer. It's not really good for anything, but it sure is fun to watch it.
The one thing about this particular one I really liked, aside from the fact of how small it is, I mean, the graphics, it looks neat, but it's not, mind-blowing. But he's one of the few people that's done a demo that properly uses volume controls because he swells it up, the 64 different volume levels you can possibly do. And except for things like Dungeons of Dagerath, not too many games in the CoCo ever used that. Even though it was capable of it, it was fairly unique to our machines at the time, unless you had a dedicated sound chip to have these. Sorry, what?
Play it again a little bit. It is pretty good.
That definitely makes the 1-bit a lot less grating, doesn't it?
Well, this wouldn't be 1-bit though. This would be 6-bit because you don't have volume control in 1-bit.
I understand, but it's still a square wave. But it's much more tolerable.
Because that's much smaller to code. If you want to make a sine wave, you've probably gone past the 256 bytes ready to do a proper one.
Yeah, to make one wave. Yeah.
So
when I was young and I did BASIC or I did, tried to program something or copy programs apart and put them together and make it run and then it would crash. Some of the artwork that you'd see on the crash was pretty cool.
Kind of like this.
That's what I liked.
Yeah, David Ladd used to bug me about my screen crashes. That's about the best demo I could write. Something that went wrong and did something weird on the gimme. There you go. That's a demo.
Exactly what I'm saying. Yeah.
Tom Eric Gunderson, of course, who lives in Europe, he said demos were big in Europe. I think they still are. There's whole retro fests that do nothing but demos. I mean, that's their retro computing gathering. He said often they were used as intros on cracked games, and that's really famous, I think, on the Spectrum, the C64, and others, where as the game's loading, because it takes an hour to do it on a Commodore 64. Hi, Frank. That you would have to have something to keep the person occupied while they're waiting for the darn thing to load. But they would do some really impressive, like multi-voice music and multiplanar scrolling bits going by and weird effects and stuff. It was pretty awesome to look at. Meanwhile, us CoCo players were already, playing the second game by that point. But
right, we're on level 2.
The
exactly.
The Minotaur tape that has intro. I like watching that. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, I mean the CoCo. It was fairly common in the early '80s to do the loading screen, like the text semi-graphics, like Viking and a bunch of others from Prickly Pear did that. Sugar Software wrote software to actually do that. And the Dragon took it further. They used to actually load in P-Mode 3 screens where you'd draw the intro screen to Rommel's Revenge with an actual 4-color tank and all kinds of stuff on there. And some even did animation stuff. Salmon's done a couple pretty good demos where it actually loads an animation while it's loading the disk drive, which you normally can't do because it normally has to halt. But it's the demo scene just never really hit the CoCo. I think the Dragons actually honestly had more demos than the CoCo has. And the demo scene just never really hit as much in North America, I don't think.
Well, one thing that CoCo Max did for a lot of programs, I think, or some, is having their fonts. Because it seems like...
yeah, like a lot of the crack screens, like he was talking about, these animated ones. But on the CoCo, we had crack screens where somebody took a CoCo Max picture, drew in, well, like we were talking to one of the guys that actually was Mr. X back in the day, type thing, where you draw on your own little splash screen, cracked by Mr. X or whatever.
Yeah. Because, using it, you would see it and go, oh, look, he used CoCo Max.
Yeah.
Right.
I know that.
Oh, look, he had CoCo Max 2.
Name that.
Right. They got the extra font pack. Cool.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's
and then the last parts here are basically some software utility updates for the Dragon specifically, and this is from the World of Dragon archive. There's 2 of them listed here this week. So Stephen J. Woolham did a utility here for doing page listings of directories for the Dragon 32 or 64. And you can download that from the World of Dragon our forum if you want to go on there. Free to sign up, and they've also got all the software links and magazine scans and manuals and everything else there too. So there's a lot to do on the site, and you can go download that. And the second one is a utility to make it easy to copy the actual 64K mode ROM from your Dragon 64, Tano Dragon, so that works on the North American one, the NTSC one, Dragon 200 or Dragon 200E computer, and save it to cassette tape. It'll make an exact copy of the entire 16K ROM mapped into RAM, because that was something built into the Dragon 64 is that you could actually tell it to go into 64K mode. It would move some of the ROMs out of the way and give you 40K for a basic program. There was utilities on the CoCo that did that too. I remember from back in the day if you had a 64K CoCo. Because your disk basic, your color basic, your extended basic would take 24K. Basic itself normally took 32. Whereas my other 8K, and those little patch programs will let you do that, and you can make a bigger basic program or more screens for page flipping or larger arrays, whatever.
Big Basic, is that one?
Yeah, there was Big Basic by Danosoft. They were actually more for making a bigger program. The CoCo 3, I think, was the big thing there.
Yeah,
so you could use the full 512K or even supported 1 meg. I don't know if they ever supported 2 meg, but they definitely supported the 1 meg. RAM option when Dista was selling it. So anyway, those are downloads you can get on the World of Dragon archive forums. Direct links to the specific places to go get them. You can go grab from the show notes on our Discord. And that's it for the news this week.
No.
Well, my family's waiting for me, so we need to say goodbye.
Okay, we'll see you all Thursday for the next Game On Challenge, and we'll see you on Saturday for the next edition of the CoCoNation show.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCoNation, Visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The Coco Nation Show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The Coco Nation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The Coco Nation is over. Join us on the Coco Discord server.
Coco forever.